Yeah.
I think I might need to leave myself 12 minutes.
Maybe I'll just leave the functions. So that's. All right, everyone. Welcome. We're going to go ahead and begin our State Charter School Board meeting on June 12th. It is 9, 3 minutes after 9, and it is an honor to be chair and having Vice Chair Olson at my side, and of course, all of you here today. It's been a big charter week if you've been at the conference, so it just feels fitting that we're here together today. We have lots of business, and we're going to go ahead and begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. Member Biesinger is running a little bit late, so I'm going to turn it over to Director Kramer to lead us in.
Let's stand and pledge. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. We'll make sure we get him on
next time.
next time. Excellent. And I just love hearing the doorbell on the Zoom. I will say it. I teach at Weber State, so I teach a lot online. And when I hear that doorbell, I'm like, oh, my students are here. And so it's wonderful to hear folks joining in. So welcome to everyone online that is behind me. And again, welcome to all of you that are here today to be part of our meeting. With that, I'd like to now pass it to Member Bassett for our board member thought today.
Thank you. All right. So yesterday, my son turned 17 and we spent the day at Otter Creek. If you represent rural Utah, this is Otter Creek. Okay. So we were at Otter Creek yesterday, fishing on Grandpa's boat. And as a challenge, I knew that this board thought was mine this month. And I wrote today's thought in the style of Anne Morrow Lindbergh. She wrote Gifts from the Sea. It's well worth the read. The concept of that book is that she observes objects, shells, different things as she beach combs and connects them to life. So this is my attempt. This is Lessons from Otter Creek or Otter Creek, right? Reservoir. So without further ado. The still water of Otter Creek stretches wide before me, an unexpected calm in the middle of long dusty miles. There's no tide here, no crashing surf, only the hush of wind over water and the call of birds overhead. I've come here not just to rest, but to remember. In the clarity of open space, I search for what teaching has always meant to me, before the meetings, before the mandates. In the slow rhythm of water, I find it again. Lesson 1. Still water reflects best. On the calmest mornings, the water becomes a mirror, flawless and full. I see sky, tree, self, and I remember. Students and teachers alike need calm to reflect. In the rush of bells and benchmarks, how often do we offer silence? A still classroom, a moment to think, a pause before response. These are sacred spaces where real learning begins. Lesson 2. Seasons matter. This reservoir fills and recedes with the seasons. Spring's meltwater swells it to the brim. Late summer draws it down. Education too has seasons. Growth, stagnation, renewal. As teachers, we cannot force full bloom in every moment. There is grace in recognizing a season for rest, a season for curiosity, a season for challenge. Lesson 3. Beauty exists in unseen places. Otter Creek is not well known. It's not the Grand Canyon, it's not the Pacific Ocean, yet it holds beauty that endures, not because of its fame, but because of its faithfulness. Education is like this too. The most powerful learning often happens quietly, out of the spotlight, in one-on-one conferences and quiet journaling, in unnoticed moments of connection. We must learn to treasure the invisible victories. I left Otter Creek yesterday with sunburned lips and a full heart. Today I share my wish for your summer to be a season of renewal, one of rest and reflection, and a celebration of the victories that existed this school year. There's my thoughts. Highly recommend a day on the reservoir.
Oh, now I definitely wanna go. Thank you.
Yeah.
I was just chatting with someone about that, about the importance of the rest, the pause. And in our culture, it makes it really hard for us to engage in those moments. So I really appreciate that. I may say, I think this is my most favorite part of the meetings. I will say, well, definitely when we have school spotlights, I will say.
I do love season.
All right, I love all of it. Really, thank you so much, Member Bassett.
Thank you.
For those words. And as a reminder to everyone, our board member thoughts are now being published in our monthly newsletter. I think it's a great way to share those insights and with just our community as a whole. All right, it does not, as of right now, it does not look like we have any public comment, and I don't think we have anyone online as well. Oh,
We signed in.
Okay.
oh, my apologies.
Oh.
Yes.
I thought you signed in as like sign-in sheet.
We did both.
Okay, no worries.
Perfect.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Oh my gosh,
I'm
no,
sorry. I thought
no
there was a
problem.
mistake in it. I'm so sorry.
And I did ask, so it's okay. So, please, yes, would you come on up?
Sure.
And just take a moment and introduce yourself. 'cause
Where would you prefer I stand to be best heard?
Right there.
Right there, you're
Right in the
saying
middle,
stand,
yeah.
or sit, whatever is your preference.
Okay.
Great.
My name is Sandy Bartlett. I'm a success coach at Wright Academy. And that is.
Great.
Hey, and I wrote it all down because I'm nowhere pressed for time, so. I'm just
Sounds
gonna
great.
sit Quickly,
And could you say your name one more time?
Mandy, Mandi.
Great, thank you. Great.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today about the impact Thrive Point Academy is making, not only on individual students, but on families and communities across our region. My name is Mandy, and I've been in and out of classrooms spanning several districts in this state for nearly 15 years. I'm currently a student success coach at Thrive Point Academy of Utah, and I work directly with our students every day and get to be a direct witness to the positive and meaningful changes they've experienced while attending Thrive Point. At its heart, our charter school is about access and transformation. We specialize in critical areas of need like credit recovery and accelerated learning. We meet students where they are and help them move forward with confidence. Every year, far too many students fall behind, not because they lack ability, but because life happens. Illness, family obligations, mental health struggles, or simply a mismatch with the traditional classroom environment can derail academic progress. These students often disappear from the system or worse, give up altogether. We have a student, a junior, who transferred to us after falling behind by almost an entire year due to family challenges and mental health struggles. In a traditional setting, they were overwhelmed and felt invisible, but here they found support and flexibility. With my guidance, the tutoring skills of our teachers, and tailored pacing, the student will soon be on track to graduate with their class, and more importantly, they believe in themselves again. Another student in my portfolio has such significant social anxiety that even with accommodations in a traditional setting, they were struggling to attend, complete courses, and frequently reported illnesses. I'm more than pleased to share that in our program, they've shown opposite behaviors, not only meeting all deadlines, but exceeding them by several lessons. This student is set to complete courses in nearly half the time given and holds a 94% grade point average. They have found a new sense of confidence, ambition, and motivation through our program. These are not isolated stories. They're the heartbeat of our mission. Our hybrid model removes barriers that hold students back. We offer flexibility for young parents, working students, those facing housing instability, and those who simply learn better outside of the traditional model. For high school and high achieving students, we provide an academic runway that matches their ambition and drive. But what's more inspiring is the ripple effect from our services. Families see their children succeeding, siblings follow suit, and entire communities start to shift. What we are doing isn't just academic, it's generational. With your help as board members, our commitment to innovation, equity, and student-centered learning will continue to change lives and futures. Let's continue to invest in a model that sees potential in every student and gives each of them the tools, support, and flexibility to rise. Thank you.
Thank you, Mandy. And thank you again. We're definitely happy to hear your thoughts and your passion.
Thank you.
And I definitely, I think your insight will be useful later in our conversation. So thank you so much. What was that?
There might be one.
Oh, okay, great. We're double checking. We think is there another? Please,
Yes,
yes,
yeah.
please come on up.
Yes. My
And-
name is
and-
Allie.
Great.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak on some things that won't show up in our presentation later. Just kind of our on the ground efforts in integrating Thrive Point with the community. So yeah, my name is Allie Miller. I'm on the enrollment team, but I've also been part of our events crew. So we've really made an effort to go around to the different events in the area. So far we've done 7 events from Salt Lake to Santa Quinn. So we're trying to get our broad range here. But then we also have several events upcoming. We've sponsored the Utah Rodeo, so we're gonna be at those events as well as some others. We've got West Fest coming up this weekend, the West Valley City. And so at these events, our goal is just to introduce ourselves and, start that process of, introducing ourselves to the community and showing how we can be a resource for students and families in the area. And so far, we've had a lot of success with that, just introducing ourselves, but a lot of that hasn't necessarily directly related to enrollments. But again, we are early when they're thinking of school for August. So we're still optimistic about how that's gonna turn over and affect our enrollment there in the future. And then I've also personally reached out to a lot of the counselors in the area. So I've met with over 40 counselors in middle schools and high schools in the Jordan School District, the Grant School District, and the Murray City School District. So I'm hoping that, with those meetings and with those relationships that we'll be able to, provide that resource for the schools as well. Like we don't want to have that impression that we're taking students out from other schools. Just we want to be another resource, and we do know that referrals are going to be our #1 source of students in the future. So yeah, I just wanted to speak a little bit to that and the relationships that we've been building, especially because that is going to be a long-term project of something that we've been working on since January. So thank you.
Thank you, Allie. Really appreciate that. Fantastic. Okay, great. Wonderful. Well, thank you both. That we just appreciate the thought and the care. And again, that will be really beneficial in our conversation later. Okay, we're going to move on to our consent calendar. That was shared out. I do want to, though, just make a point beside, we've got our board meeting minutes on there, April financial report, and some other information, but I wanted to definitely pull out the startup grant funds for us to just talk about for a second, if I could pass that to you.
Yeah, I'd be happy to do that.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So in the consent calendar, in this consent agenda, one of the items is the startup schedule. And it just talks about the schedule and the payment amounts. And I think, Chair, why we were just pulling it briefly was it's probably important to state there are agenda items that are the readiness to open for Virtual Horizons, and then the readiness to open for Thrive Point. And because those come later on in the agenda and those haven't been discussed or action taken on yet, that it's pending, I would almost say like pending that they move forward with the readiness to open checklist and those things.
So we can go ahead and we can keep it on the consent calendar,
Yeah.
but just know that if that's pending, that those funds based on what our follow-up vote is
Yeah,
going to
for
be
each of
later on
those
in our meeting
cases.
today.
Right,
Okay, that
Yes.
makes sense.
Yep.
Great.
thank you.
So with that, could I get a motion to approve the consent calendar?
I'll motion to approve the consent calendar.
Thank you. Member Cisneros in a second.
A second.
Great, and a second from Member Bassett. All those in favor of approving our consent calendar?
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, so that passes. We're a little bit just a pinch ahead. I think that's okay. Okay, great. So I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna pass it over to Executive Director Kramer. for
Sounds
the
great.
report.
Thank you.
Welcome, welcome.
Morning, sorry I'm late.
Oh my gosh, no, this is perfect timing.
Yeah,
So thank you.
great. And Associate Director, you, as always, help with just casting the
Great.
slides. So just a couple of notes before I roll into it, and as it's pulling up, just thank you, Amber, once again for getting our technology in place. We've actually added 2 screens, which was really good because this time the screen behind it isn't working, and so the backup came just in the nick of time.
We talked about this.
Right. And so what you'll see in the future, though, is one of the screens so that you don't have to rubberneck as
Right.
much if you're in the back of the room. And then one screen that'll be in this room, which is actually occupied today. It isn't always, as you know, but it is occupied today. And so we got these screens, we added the hardware, we have the expertise that helps hook it up. So thank you for doing it. So it's a little bit smaller, so pull out your glasses or whatever. And this is the Executive Director's report. If you go to the first slide, please. And so on this first slide, we think it's important to be transparent and just be clear on some of the board composition work that we have coming up. This is a carryover from last meeting in May, but there's a new addition to this work. And so first, I'll kind of read and highlight the board member replacement, we'll call it for the Bowles seat, Chair Bowles seat, is one that was to get a recommendation from the Utah State Board of Education. That's the way that statute 53G5201 lays out. And that's been done. And so it's in some public minutes out there and noticed out there that Stacy Hutchins, and maybe some of you are aware of Stacy, and she got a recommendation from the State Board of Education on June 5th. And so what we're doing, because all we really do is facilitate and track and monitor and support this work. This is all on the governor and all on the Senate. And so we're pleased to be just in a supportive role, but what we're doing is in fact monitoring, tracking, supporting the status of this appointment, which would be made by the governor and the confirmation in the Senate. Hopefully the governor could do something in July, and hopefully the Senate could do something in August. I'll be honest, that's really tight. Member Pulsfer, you would know how tight that could be, but nonetheless, we're hoping for ASAP, with August being ideal and no later than September 18th, because September 18th, we would like a full board for our proposals and some other important work that we have. So that one seems to be tracking really well, and we're really we're pleased, and we think it's in striking distance. And then I don't want to be a spoiler, but it is out there a bit that Member Cisneros will be stepping off of our board. Actually, our chair, Spiker, has said that she'd like to more fully address this at the end of our meeting, at the conclusion of our meeting. We'll just talk about it a little bit more, give a send off, because there'll be tissues and other things. And but to the matter of the business of this is that with Member Cisneros via letter saying that today is effectively her last state charter school board meeting, it has put into process that we need another seat. So we'll call it the Cisneros seat. And we do need to have a full composition, a nomination by an organization representing Utah's charter schools. We are so fortunate to have 2 such organizations that work really well together with the Charter School Association. Many of us were at their conference the last 2 days. Many of us are fully aware of the great work that they do. And then also the Utah Charter Network being another organization that does so much advocacy and so much training and work and support. So those 2 organizations, as we don't do anything here, we just kind of check in with them and see where they're at, and they're kind of doing their work, okay, their work that they do. But a nomination would come, and this is one that statute says should have expertise in developing or administering a charter school. Different than the bowl seat. The bowl seat was a USBE recommendation. This is one that's nominated and has expertise in developing and administering a charter school. Fortunately, Utah has a lot of great people like that out there. And so we're doing the same thing with this seat. We're monitoring, tracking, supporting the status of this appointment by the governor and the confirmation of the Senate. We're looking for the same timeline. It would be ideal if they could both go together and we don't separate them, because I just think it would be more, or, you know, not I, but just, it would be more efficient, right?
Yeah, and for onboarding.
And for onboarding, yes, thank you. And so the ASAP is what we're hoping for, with August ideal, and hopefully no later than September 18th. And so we wanted to, in this executive director's report, just put this in the public record, just make sure our board is looped in to where we're at with some of this. And we can go to the next slide. And so then one of the things that our team has been doing, we're talking about our team as the dream team or staff. You can imagine those cheesy things that you say about your team, all of them true. But the team, the State Charter School Board, has been working with the Learning Collective. And the Learning Collective is some contract work that we did, smaller in scope, but really impactful. The Learning Collective produced a report with recommendations on how the State Charter School Board could enhance its relationship with charter school boards of its authorized schools and help build the capacity of those charter school boards. This is almost verbatim off of our strategic plan. It really will help us realize and execute on how to work with the boards of all of our LEAs. They've done this work through triangulation, which is just basically surveys that have gone out. There's been some focus groups. I know some of our board members have been members of the focus groups. I think member Beesinger, member Pulsford come to mind. I think member Chair Spiker, you know, so you got surveys, you got focus groups, not just our board, but some 12 different representatives of different LEAs. And so that was a second piece of that triangulation. And then the research and the discussions with national authorizers, with the national research that talks about what do authorizers do to support their local boards. We're really happy that this product is out there. We're kind of giving a sneak peek today. This is not the full report. We'd like to have Adam Aberman. And I just want to give a shout out here to Smriti. Smriti was our point of contact. None of this work would have been achieved had we not had a point of contact. And Smriti, but before I go into additional sneak peeks, I want to see if you had anything to just share out with the group about this Learning Collective work.
Sure, yeah, thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. Actually, it's been really, it was an awesome experience getting to work with Adam and, some of our board members here and the board members and the directors of, many of the schools that we've reached out, we got like great responses and a lot of good participation. So I'm really looking forward to see the recommendations coming out, from Adam's work after his meeting with Paul and Marie, Director Kramer and Ms. Stephenson, I believe. So yeah, it's a great project and I'm really looking forward to the recommendations that he's put together for us. Thank you.
It's gonna be a great product, and thank you for your being the lead and the point on it. Without keeping us all tracking to get it done, it would not have gotten done. And so what we really like about it, Marie and I got the first sneak peek, but what we really liked about it is that there's weaknesses. That's important. There's continuous improvement. This board has challenged us for continuous improvement. And so when you think about some of the weaknesses that are out there, there's some discussion just how we may separate out the boards, as board chairs need different than a board vice chair that might need something different than the treasurer that might need something different than the overall board. They need more board orientation work. I know our own board needs some more orientation work, and so do the governing boards. And so those are some weaknesses that can be addressed. And we were really pleased that Adam was just straightforward with those places for continuous improvement. That's a sneak peek on that. One of the strengths that we had heard is that we're a very responsive group. We heard what we bill ourselves as, which is a supportive authorizer. And so what the triangulation came out with is we feel supported. And that was just like a testimony that I was just like, oh, that is so good that that's a strength that's coming out. Another strength that came out is that Marie should run for governor of Utah. Wow. Marie specifically is just very responsive. We know that to be true. You know, as we co-lead, we know who is just gifted with emotional intelligence and those things. And that was really fun to see that come through like that. And then also some recommendations. They really say that all of our work with our board should be focused on how do we build relationship. So always keep coming back to that question so that we don't spill out a training or a technical assistance that doesn't ultimately help build relationship. And I think that's one recommendation that all of us easily could have missed as we just get to the business of what do you need? Let's provide it instead of really thinking back to the key questions. So that's a sneak peek. You're going to hear more from Adam. If our executive committee wants that on the agenda in September, we'll see how busy things are, or in August, I mean, and that's that slide. So then Marie, if you could turn to the next slide. We had some really great things that happened at the end of the year. We call this graduations, celebrations, and main events. And so with graduations, there's just some facts, and I talked to Andrea, our executive assistant, and I said, you know, you went to some graduations. She said, yes, they were so emotional. I said, well, then when you tell your stories, don't get too long. We do have a few stories that we'd like to share. But Andrea, thank you for organizing this work. And I'd love if you could just share out for our board just some of the facts on the work that we did with graduations.
Yeah, so we had 29 invites. We attended 26, even with the whole A-game conference, everybody was very busy, but we showed out pretty well. And we're aiming to hopefully next year attend all of them, but you know, hopeful. But the graduations I attended were beautiful. The team, board, everybody just collaborating to attend was wonderful. So yeah.
Did you have any other little stories before we hit some pictures? And
I
some other
attended
things?
Spectrum, one of Spectrum Academy's graduation, and that was really touching. Honestly, everybody, all charter schools put so much effort in getting their kids to graduate. It's just like attending that one specifically, the work and how prideful everybody in the stands were just cheering all of their kids on was really, really nice.
Fantastic. Thank you. Again, thank you for organizing our attendance at all of those different graduations and for everyone engaging. We had so much engagement and participation. Marie and I were brainstorming of how to share just a few more stories. We thought pictures and maybe a short video. And we thought Marie might share a little story. I might share a tiny. We thought that member Beasener might be a good person to kind of share out because he attended a lot of different. So member Beasener, maybe as you're thinking, Marie can start sharing out. And then if you have one, and then I know you member Pulsifer, you might want to share out. So let's just capture a little bit of time to just tell a little bit of the story that we took in. We can't tell all 26, 27 graduations, but give a flavor.
Sure. One of my favorite things about graduation season is I feel like we really just get to see the missions and models just in real life. You know, it's the culmination of it. And each school graduation is so different and so unique. And so it's fun to go and to just see those kids that lived out that mission and that model. Mine that I got to go to this year, one of them that stood out to me was East Hollywood High. And it was really fun to celebrate with them, to see the different production video that they had, and they had kids on talking about their future plans. It was exciting just to hear, and some, had big dreams they were talking about, and others were like, I don't know. It was just real, and it was great to just know that the whole future lay ahead for them, and just that sense of excitement. So wonderful to be with East Hollywood and their other schools this year and every year.
And they must love getting a visit from the future governor.
This is gonna keep going.
Yeah.
This is,
I don't know how I feel about that.
I just want the front row table at the inauguration.
Member Beesinger, you were highly engaged with attending a lot of, and you were kind of text messaging pictures and things, so.
Yeah,
I just thought it'd be fun for you to share out a few.
real quick, I got to go to 4. I went to Utah Arts Academy down in St. George, Merritt Academy in Springville, and then Beehive Academy in Salt Lake, and then I finished up with probably the last one of the season, which was Mana Academy. Just amazing. Each school did it with their own personality. It was beautiful. Utah Arts was a 2-hour concert, unbelievable talent. So neat to hear about and see what those young people are doing. Merritt, it was a great ceremony. Just a lot of highlights. Beehive, the same. I think my just short comment here would be when I would ask about kind of the students. Many of those students are going to be first generation college students. In fact, most of them from Beehive and Mana Academy. And the scholarships that the schools have helped those kids get. It's not just like, when I graduated, I don't know, I missed the boat. It was just like, go over there, walk through that line. But these schools are working with these kids for years to help them identify kind of their strengths and what they want to do. But just tremendous opportunities, and not just for college, but for technical colleges or programs. But I really admire those schools helping those kids find the next chapter, and forever, I think, going to change the trajectory of their whole families. So those kids, so amazing.
May I add on to that? That's exactly, if I may say, Member Beesinger, that's exactly one of the gifts of ceremony and graduation. Going to graduations is one of my favorite. It's one of my favorite parts of being a faculty member, and it's more so because of what's happening in the stands, right? It's the families, it's the support mechanisms of what got the students to that point. And in our culture, I was mentioning earlier about the fast pace, but there are beautiful things about our culture. And I think one of them is the way that we celebrate this rites of passage and the knowledge that you've gained, and then how we're going to set you up for success. And I think one of the beauties of what we do in so many of our charter schools is that we care deeply about that nest that we're creating, that they'll always know that they have, but then it sets them up for success so they can fly. And I mean, I would have been crying, you all know, definitely in them. And I so appreciated the text with the pictures. And then, ultimately it's like you said, it's the community that these schools create to allow these students to be everything that they dream of being and all the things they have no idea yet is going to come. So, I didn't have a chance to go to any this year, but I will next year, just due to the timing. In the past, I've had a chance to attend Promontory's bridging ceremony of their 8th graders as well. A little bit different as they're not venturing out way into the unknown, but it is powerful because our schools are helping students see themselves in a future that they're going to create. And gosh, thank you all. So for my colleagues, thank you for building that into your life and your time. To the staff, thank you for organizing that, and to all of our schools that are that plans ceremony. Right, ceremony and celebration is integral to who we are and the communities that we create, and the care that I think our charter schools put into the ceremony is very clear.
Awesome. We have a short video of another school, but before we play that, any other members wanted to share out a story or something? We do have time. I see we're still doing good on the schedule.
I'll just add one thing, because I want to give member Pulsifer a chance, but as you were talking, Chair Spiker, at Mana Academies, I was particularly touched by, I honestly can't remember if it was the valedictorian or the salutatorian.
Mhm.
See, those are things I didn't have to worry about when I was in high school. But this young woman had her mother pass away about a year and a half ago. And when I'm almost gonna get teary about this, but like there were 8 graduates, so not a big, but they had each of these kids come out and the whole room, I mean, you get 400 people that would just erupt and shoot off things. I mean, I don't know if it was legal, but it was spectacular. It was spectacular. But to hear this young woman so articulate and talk about how the school had come together to try to fill that hole in her heart, and it was just amazing. And she's got offers to Utah, the University of Utah and Stanford. So what a choice, right? And just amazing that this young woman has, just been through what she's been through. Her story is just so full already at the start of her college career, and you could just tell that she really did rely on her tribe, and they were a big part of her life to help her get through that very difficult challenge. So it's just amazing.
Moving.
Thank you.
I love graduations. I actually do, truthfully, and it has been for years, I cry when I hear pomp and circumstance. Every time, if I heard it in the radio, I probably would start crying. Because I love it, and it's very touching for all the reasons that have been said. I actually did not attend one this year, and the reason why is I have to apologize. My internet was not working, and I didn't know it. My email was not.
That's
working.
right.
My email
Yeah.
was
Got
working.
it, yeah,
And I kept wondering why I wasn't hearing anything, and I thought, well, I guess they haven't sent it yet.
yeah.
And actually, I got my email to work the day after. And then I got the email and thought, oh no, it was yesterday. So I apologize, because I would have gone.
Next year, we'll go together and we'll sit and we'll cry. We'll have a big box of tissues.
Right, because I love it and I love what happens, so apologize to the school I was supposed to go to, right? No.
And with the graduations, I think they're also different. This is one that we did not get a chance to go to, but it was different. It was a shout out. But one thing in common is that you see a tremendous amount of joy, emotion, and things like that. And so this is one of our schools, APA school, and they shared this out with us. A lot of schools share out videos and things. We thought we would just share a few seconds of this, kind of captures that kids are happy. So Amber, could you roll that first one a little bit? And if it doesn't play, I think you see the faces, right? That's the most, I'm okay if the video doesn't play. It's just the joy. They were singing the national anthem. They lower the flag at the end of the year at APA instead of raise the flag. Louder even, right? Great, Amber, and then just the end real quick. Again, just thank you. It was a season of attending and celebrating graduations. And there was just, I saw this child's face and I asked APA if we could share this. They said, yes. Look at this, how happy coming up here. They all are, right? They're all happy. I don't know if the parents is kind of forcing a smile here or there. It was adorable, and you just, this is what we, not exactly what we experienced everywhere, because they're all different. See you next year, guys. Okay, back to the executive committee, our executive director's report. In addition to graduations, we have had what we call just other celebrations. I was privileged to go to a Purple Star event, which if you're not familiar, and I became more familiar with it, the Purple Star schools are schools that have military families in their school, and they provide a tremendous amount of support. We're talking the colonel was there from the Hill base. We're talking about Rod Hall. Thanks for being here today too, Rod, as always, our liaison. Yeah, just so you, Rod, you were at that event. It was very special. Many public schools were now included. 3 public charter schools were included. And so of the 101 Purple Star schools, there are 14 Purple Star schools. And if you kind of know them percentage wise, we have a little less than 14% of public charter school students, and the overall public were perfectly represented in the Purple Star schools. They were Monticello Academy, Ogden Preparatory Academy, and Syracuse Arts Academy were the 3 new inclusions. And Ben Rasmussen from the Utah State Board of Education does a tremendous job leading the Purple Star schools. And then the main events, I just kind of wanted to highlight some things. There was absolutely a main event the last 2 days from the UAPCS. And with the UAPCS, oh, there's a picture of the dream team or some of them at our booth. You remember we had the 25 and 25 event in January. It really led to the momentum that the UAPCS had just a tremendous conference these last 2 days that many of us attended. And we appreciate that they put on such a thing. That one's called 25 Years of Charter Schools in Utah, a Legacy of Learning. You can tell there's a theme here for all these main events, right? 25 and 25 years. And then also the UCN has a main event coming up. That's our other advocacy group, and they have an annual conference as well. That'll be August 4th and 5th. We'll get more details for you on that. And that's 25 years of charter schools in 2025. Celebrated, that's cute, looking to the future. And so that's a report on some graduation celebrations and main events. There's a lot of that going on in June. Next slide, please. There is some committee updates. And so with our new leadership in place, our chair and vice chair, we just kind of went over the active committees again and who they are and what they are. They're listed there, our executive, legislative, finance, innovation, oversight, and authorization. And then the team or staff are facilitators to those. So Marie facilitates some, I facilitate some, Amy Pace facilitates some. And then we will also have what we call committee leads going forward. We've already identified a committee lead in the legislative committee. Member Pulsifer is a committee lead. In our oversight committee, Member Biesinger is the committee lead there. And so we'll kind of tag teams so that it's not heavy on the team or the staff, and that we're doing more facilitating the work of the committees. And that was per guidance of our executive committee. And then also our executive committee really talked about their vision. We all heard it would be nice to get some committee reports. So maybe moving it out of the executive director's report and hearing straight from the committees. And so we think in August that could be implemented. And so that those leads or those facilitators or some combination can kind of give an update, provide the recommendations, and you can hear and get firsthand from the committees. So that's a real, in my view, a continuous improvement item. And a little less reporting from the executive director then, so that'll be good. I will take it on this time then, just because that's what fiscal year 25 looked like, as the executive committee director's report had some of these updates. I will tell you that the executive committee, thank you. It was a seamless transition. We met multiple times for lengthy periods of times, short meetings, longer ones, and great leadership as expected, and just great organization. And just, Marie, do you want to add anything else to our seamless transition to these two?
Thank you.
Yeah, it's true. That is true. We have been just full of, we're grateful. We knew it would be so. And thanks for your hard work. We know those additional meetings are a lot. The oversight committee, and member Beesner, feel free to chime in here if you have something more to add. But they did some support and coaching for a charter that wants to put in a proposal. Member Bassett's a part of that committee as well. And so that support and coaching just helped that applicant or potential applicant think through what would be a good course for them. And I think it was just a good discussion that the oversight committee led on. They're really getting ready to use the new accountability framework and how to apply the oversight model, which we know will take time. That's not an overnight thing. And our oversight committee is the best group to work with the oversight model, right? Oversight makes sense. And so we're prepping and preparing and getting ready for that work. The authorization committee has several agreements that they continue to review. I know of 3 or 2, potentially 3. I shouldn't jump too far ahead. There's some surrender of control and operation from one charter to another charter. The board has already had 2 of those transactions. There's a 3rd on the agenda for today. And the authorization committee reviews those and others. We actually, Chair, we were chatting about possibly adding another board meeting. That's not final yet,
Right.
but a short board meeting to actually make those bilateral agreements. I needed time. The bilateral agreements, get all ironed out and ready for signature before July 1st. And so we've kind of floated out the date of June 26th, Thursday, June 26th at 9 o'clock, a 30-minute, basically virtual meeting. Some of us will be hunkered down here because that's statute. But that a potential agenda item is over authorization and bilateral agreements for review. So put a soft calendar spot for that date, June 26th, 9 to 9:30. Probably would only take 10 minutes. So
Well, let's review that again at the end of the meeting.
Sounds
when we're
good.
doing some housekeeping of next meeting's minutes.
great. Then the finance committee, we had some pretty significant meetings as we closed out fiscal year 25 and started the budget for fiscal year 26. Since then, we have not met. But we do have to begin the school fiscal year 26 work and prep for a USBE meeting in August. We've been invited to present our execution of the budget at the USBE meeting. That's consistent with the MOE that we have with the USBE. And so we're pretty sure that's not final either, but that we'll be presenting some financial information to the USBE, and the finance committee is instrumental in helping that. Our innovation committee did a lot of hard work with the impact report. So since that product's been done, I don't know if they have met or not met, but I do know that was a big task for them. And then the legislative committee, and Member Pulsifer, feel free to chime in here. And we're prepping, this committee is prepping for the Utah Legislative Education Interim Committee, which is next week, Wednesday. Where we have a 20-minute presentation and a Q&A and things like that.
Yeah, I just was gonna say, this is a little bit unusual because it's actually being held at a charter school. And occasionally, actually, my time on the education committee, it never happened, but occasionally, a interim committee will do what they call a field trip and go someplace else to hold their meeting, and that's happening. And in this case, it's happening at a charter, at APA. And so as part of that, they've asked us to present and to answer some questions and so on. So it's gonna be kind of a big deal, so.
And your leadership and the committee's leadership is preparing us for that. And we're looking forward to that. And then also, there's a future event for lawmakers as an idea that will come up in the committee. Really feel like a breakfast or a lunch or an invitation to hang out at these great place here and have a meal together with legislators and share out with them what we're doing and what's important to us, learn what's important to them, just an interaction. And so the committee came up with that amazing idea that our chair has shared with me. We got to make sure that happens.
Maybe for the fall.
Yeah, for the fall. Thank you. Yeah. So that was committee report. And then our team. Thank you, team. This would be the dream team for your work. Had a chance to say it at the booth that we were in the other day. But then the team always talks about this board and talks favorably about the board and how privileged we are to serve this board. And so just know, board, that we're grateful to do your work. This is your work. We're starting to reflect really fondly on this last year, and we're really looking forward to next year. And then the team is growing. And by that, we mean not the dream team necessarily, but we're rounding off team to now also include our LEA boards, to the vendors. We're talking about our team as being much broader, and it's going to take the whole team. And so we're just excited that cheesy but real is that the team is growing. And so with that, open for questions or anything else that you have. A little bit longer executive director report, but that's the conclusion.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to go back to the, I just had one point with the Learning Collective. When I did have a chance to talk to Adam, I did mention that we would like for him to visit in August. So I did plant the seed for that, and we can continue to talk about that at our next executive committee meetings. I think that would be helpful for us to hear from him in terms of just to add to the sneak peek that he gave us today. And that was. Yes, that's, I don't have any other, anyone else want to have any other questions or comments? Great. Thank you so much for that thorough report. And again, for just for everyone's participation in the graduations and for sharing out. And I would just encourage our schools to continue to send us your highlights, send us your video reels, tag us on social media posts so we have the opportunity to see and celebrate all that's happening in your schools. Okay, we're gonna keep on moving through the agenda. This is this next part of our agenda. This is cyclical as part of the work that we do on our board, is that we're revisiting schools that we had approved earlier in the year and just checking in on their readiness to open. And we have a report, and I'm Associate Director Stephenson. I'm guessing we didn't totally solidify this, but I'm assuming that I'm going to pass it to you for this. Okay. So if you wouldn't mind, I think you're probably going to give us some insight in terms of just this process. And as a reminder to the board, we have two schools. We're first going to hear about Virtual Horizons, and then we'll move on to Thrive Point. And after, from each school, we'll vote individually on their readiness to open.
Perfect. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks.
And as I was working on the PowerPoint, I realized I should also just give the board a quick update on our satellites. But then our certification is for the new schools as well. So there will be a quick just update on those as well. So our schools that need the certification, as mentioned, are our new schools, Virtual Horizons Charter School and Thrive Point Academy of Utah. And then we do have 3 satellites that are also opening this year, Wall Stegner Academy, Valley Academy, and Syracuse Arts Academy. So big year for charter schools. If you were wondering when these were approved, this was back in January of 2024. So it has been about 15 or so months from when they were approved, and we have kept them busy. We have that 20-page checklist that they're working on, lots of steps, lots of training that they go through. We do work closely with the UAPCS for that, and lots of great steps. So that certification need does come from board rule, that our superintendency, our state board, does have to receive a certification from the authorizer that the charter school is ready to open, and that is what allows them to start receiving those state funds that would begin in July for their first operational year. That rule outlines a number of things that have to have happened over those last 15 months. They have to have met all of the requirements for startup funds, adopting policies, there are school calendar requirements, a whole host of other reporting and compliance requirements. There are hiring requirements, requirements related to their charter agreement, requirements for their student data system and reporting. The school accounting system has to be up and running. There are school finance requirements as well as enrollment requirements. So really just hoping that our board and our public has a good picture that this is a rigorous process, and that these schools have been hard at work. So as far as our current status on our 5 schools, all 5 of them, Virtual Horizons, Wall Stegner Academy, Valley Academy, and Syracuse Arts Academy, have all met the requirements for certification. Thrive Point Academy of Utah has not met the requirement due to enrollment concerns. However, they have met all of the other requirements as outlined in law. And so then that is our next point on the agenda, Chair. So if we want, I can kind of transition into that, and then we do have the school here as well to talk to our board today. Or if you'd like, I can pause if there's any questions just on the schools that are
Please.
meeting the requirements.
Great, Vice Chair has a question.
Just quickly, where do all these requirements come from? Are they in statute? Are they in state board rules? Can you just explain that a little bit better?
So primarily it comes from that board rule where it lists what's needed for that certification. But then that board rule does refer back to code as well. So combination of the 2.
And the code is pretty general in saying, that the state Board of Education will review the processes and policies and aspects that the state charter school board does. And so our practices, policies, procedures have been approved by the State Board of Education. Is that correct? And so we're just following board rule that outlines what needs to happen. And I think you've already said that. I'm just saying it in different words.
So does the board rule give us the authority to approve exceptions, or are we simply going down the checklist and just reporting to the superintendent that all of the items have or have not been met? Does that make sense?
Yes.
I mean, do we have authority to say anything different than that?
Let me pull up the board rule here.
That's a great question.
And I don't mean to put you on the spot, Associate Director, I should have done that research myself in advance of this meeting.
No,
I'm
that's
just
a
curious
great
if
question.
you know it offhand. I just want to make sure that going into this important discussion item and
while
vote, we
Yes.
know we have the ability and authority
do.
to do.
And while Marie's looking, one of the things with board rules that we know is that schools will seek waivers, and we often can seek waivers on behalf of a school, kind of a waiver of our own. And so I think as we research and look, we'll come across in general sense that this is the rule to follow, and if there's an exception to that rule, then let's work through a waiver type of process.
That makes sense.
Yeah. That's a general terms,
Yeah.
not the specific.
Okay.
So we're specifically working right here, where it says charter school may receive
I don't
state.
think we're seeing that, if you think we are.
Oh, no. Okay, let me see if I can share differently.
We were seeing the slide deck.
Thank you. I need to share my screen, not my PowerPoint then. Thank you, member Beeson.
Got it.
Okay, so we're in board rule 277552. This is our charter school timelines and processes. And so it's under section 4 here, where it talks about a charter school may receive state funds, including the minimum school program funds, the MSP, if the charter school authorizer certifies in writing to the superintendent by June 30th before the school's first operational year that they meet the requirements of section 2. So we can look back up there at that. Their governing board has adopted all their policies. They've adopted their annual calendar. We've received facilities contracts. They've met the requirements of subsections 5 and 6. They've hired an executive director and a business administrator, or they've designated an executive director. They've established policies regarding their supervision of third-party contractors. Their enrollment is on track to be sufficient to meet the school's financial obligations and implement the school's charter agreement. They've approved a student data system that communicates with UTREX. They have a functional accounting system. They have a budgeted net lease adjusted debt burden ratio of under 30% based on their facilities agreement. They've complied with all the legal requirements during their pre-operational year.
And those align with your slide before.
That's the next for us.
So, but essentially, as far as certifying writing that the school has done these things is the way that the rule reads.
That makes sense. Thanks for pulling that up. I appreciate
You're
that.
welcome.
So but back to the question, I think, how about, can we go, and I guess this is also a business or a order of business with the satellites, can we vote on those together? Should we vote on those individually? Do we need to? Or are we just voting on, or do we need to check, do we need to
just
do
the
virtual
two
horizons?
schools.
Okay, just the new ones, okay,
But
great,
just providing
okay, oh, perfect.
And then
Okay.
two on the agenda.
Yep, so let's go ahead, let's do those individually. Let's start with virtual horizons and then we'll go, and then we'll vote there and then we'll move into Thrive Point.
sounds great.
Okay, great, awesome.
I'm not sure if anyone from Virtual Horizons is here or not. They might
Okay,
be.
is anyone here from Virtual Horizons Academy
They
today?
didn't have
Either
to be,
in
but okay.
or,
We had mentioned to them that they met all the requirements and that if they wanted to join, they could, but we
Okay, great.
expected it to be.
wonderful.
the items.
Do you have any other comments specifically about Virtual Horizons that you would like to share with us or that we need to know before we move forward on a vote?
So we look at both, their max enrollment, their break even, they aren't at max yet, but they're above break even, so they're right, trending in that sweet spot right now. They've had launch parties, they've got students excited across the state. They had a director and then that director left and they've just hired a new one. So he's been on a few weeks now, but he's really excited and they've got a lot of positive momentum going forward and we're hopeful that it'll be a great year for them.
Excellent. Okay, well, thank you for that. So with that, we do need to, as a board, vote on their on Virtual Horizons Charter School or Virtual Horizons Academy. It's the
Charter school.
charter school, Virtual Horizons Charter School. Okay,
It is listed wrong there. We can make a correction on the
Okay.
agenda. I'm so sorry.
no worries. I just want to make sure we, for the minutes or just for the vote that we say it correctly. And that they have met, just that they're on their readiness to open. So with that, I would like to entertain a motion. If anyone would like to take that on.
I'm glad to make
Okay.
that motion, Chair,
Great.
if that's okay.
Yes, please.
I move that we certify to the superintendent of the readiness to open of the virtual Horizons, again, is it academy or charter school?
Charter school.
Charter school, great.
Great. Thank you, Vice Chair. A second?
I'll second.
Great, thank you. Any discussion to that motion? Okay. All those in favor, please say aye. Oh, sorry. No, sorry. I was like, I'm telling you how to vote. Sorry, that was my apologies. I was like thinking about myself. So all those in favor? Yes, you can say aye if you are in favor. I am only halfway through my mantra. And it's my first meeting as chair, so that was not bad. I'm 2 hours in. Go ahead, and vote if you're in favor, please.
Aye.
Great. And any opposed? That motion passes. Wonderful. Okay, let's go ahead and we'll move on to Thrive Point. And as a reminder, Associate Director Stevenson did mention to us that really all of the checklist items are there minus enrollment. And we did have some public comment today at the beginning of our meeting, which I think helped allude to some of that insight in terms of what some proactive strategies that have been taking place. And I believe we would like to invite them to come and chat yes.
I just want to disclose for the board a potential conflict.
Okay,
I'm an
great.
administrator at Itinerants. We have executed an MOU with Thrive Point. So if the board cares to take that into consideration, otherwise I'll just put that out there.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for disclosing that.
And then,
Yes, please.
Chair, if you would like, I can also kind of just share what we've been doing with Thrive Point.
I think that would
That's
be
coming out, and then,
fantastic.
They do have a team that's here ready to present as well.
Great. How about if for folks from Thrive Point that would like to come on up and take a seat at the table, and then I'll turn it over to you, and then that way it's more conversational or we're able to ask those questions.
Perfect, thank you.
Great.
So Thrive Point has been very engaged with the authorizer over these last 15 months. They have had regular meetings with us. They've, like we said, they've met all of the requirements except for this one enrollment piece. And typically when a school has been, far off from enrollment, we've, gone through and talked about options. Maybe we delay our enrollment a year. That's something we can do within board rule. But as we worked together and we're talking through that, they were sharing about some of the reasons why they felt like their enrollment is lower than expected right now. They were able to really bring up, I think, some compelling reasons. And so we said, let's come to board meeting and share that. And so, thank you to our executive committee for putting this on the agenda so that the board could hear from the school. And so they're going to share a little bit about the model and maybe how that led to where they're at today. I will say we last checked in maybe about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. And at that point, their enrollment was at about 11 students. When we checked in just this morning, we're up to 24, so more than doubled in about 2 weeks, so that's exciting. They have launched a summer program, so they've got some students coming in and doing some summer work with their credit recovery. They've adjusted their break-even enrollment from what it was within their application. I think in the application it was like 320. They've come up with a few different scenarios that will let them speak to specifically about that and some other plans about how they plan to manage if there is a financial shortfall by the time we get to the fall. Chair, we'll turn it back to you, but the school is prepared for your questions and it has a short presentation as well.
Excellent. Thanks for that information, especially on the numbers specifically. I was curious about that. Before you move into your presentation, would you mind just introducing yourselves? And again, thank you for taking the time to be here.
Thank you for letting us. Yeah, I'll introduce our team. So my name is William Evans. I work with Learning Matters Educational Group. And I work primarily with our new school development and our pre-operational schools. This is Mr. Eric Klepek. He is our Vice President for Education Services, and so all of our operations or all of our ed programs, curriculum, student systems, teaching, all of that stuff is under him. We have Jasmine Zors, who is the school director for Thrive Point Academy of Utah.
I'm Tiff Smith. I'm an extension. I'm with Love Communications, and was brought on to help with awareness and, just community engagement.
Excellent. Thank you all for coming.
We also have board member Jamie Plott joining remotely. Our board is scattered across the country today. In fact, the globe, we have a member trying to join from the Amalfi Coast and somebody in Korea. So time differences have made it a little bit difficult, but we're hopeful that they'll be able to join. We also have Corey Kavanaugh, who's joining us. He is our accountant who can talk more about the budget, the break.
Great, wonderful. Well, thank you all for being here, and I'll turn it over to you for the presentation.
Yeah, anything else either of you wanted to say?
Just our two more members of our team are educators in the back who spoke earlier, but we also have Grant and Noelani that are here just to show support.
It makes a difference, so thank you for pointing that out.
Well, thank you. My name is Eric Klapik. Again, I am the Vice President of Education Services. Outside of just the education scope, I also really oversee enrollment and marketing, specifically for Learning Matters Education Group, and then how it impacts and supports, of course, each of the schools in the state, specifically Utah. I do really want to start off by thanking you for the opportunity in this room to serve this community around us and the state at large. I do also want to formally, because I heard you guys like graduation, invite you to our upcoming graduation here shortly. We have a ribbon cutting on June 25th. Before I jump into the specifics of enrollment, I am going to jump into just briefly our system readiness that was on there, just to show you guys kind of where we're at really briefly. We do have, of course, PowerSchool SIS that is already ready, launched, ready to go. Our enrollment's been working in running to there, if you will, since February of this year. As a result of that, since we have our SIS, we have our LMS ready to go, our curriculums rock and rolling. We got RightThinker. We have our Admentum program, which really helps us with our benchmark data, figuring out, because if you, as we get into our model, one of the greatest things to understand is that a lot of our students come here at such varying levels. And so we really need that benchmark data to figure out, is that kid coming in as an actual freshman? We can put him in freshman classes, or is that student coming in kind of at the third grade reading level? And then what kind of interventions can we do to help them get to that graduation point and be successful in our program? So that's really what the Admentum piece does there. Since we had the opportunity, specifically in Utah, to engage with students, as you know, students are the absolute lifeblood of any school. And it's kind of hard to sit there with the staff in an empty building where we're not even with the ability to engage them. We got our systems ready. And as of today, we have 17 students already working with our teachers, our coaches, Jasmine over here, and working on education today, which is fantastic. And we're servicing them. I would call it kind of a soft open, getting us ready for day one, because day one gets a little bit hectic. In a traditional school that has been around for, you know, dozens and dozens of years, much less a first year school. So I'll just say every one of our systems is completely operational, ready to go. Okay, so enrollment, the reason that we are absolutely here today.
And let me say that
Yes.
board members, I can send this presentation out to you. I know some of the numbers are a little bit small, just because of the screen, so I'll send it out to you so you're able to see it.
That would be great, thank you.
Yeah, excellent. I'll walk you guys through that. So right here is a direct data pull as of a couple days ago from what is called our CRM HubSpot. Essentially, it's our beginning part of our enrollment funnel. And so what you're looking at is over the course of roughly since we started getting going, mid-January officially, we got 766 inquiries. What that means is they hit our website and they were interested in the program that we were offering because of the events that we're at, our different marketing efforts, et cetera, that I'm going to talk about. Of those 766, 51 students or families decided that this wasn't the right fit. That's reasonable, right? And they just didn't even begin the enrollment process. What that means is when they hit the inquiry phase, the next phase is to get into our school enrollment and start filling out the actual documents. So of the 766, only 51 of them didn't go to that next phase, which is actually arguably astronomical engagement. So when you're looking at that, there's a story to be said immediately here, and that is in January and February, we had about just a little bit over 60 kids between January, 60 families, I should say, between January and March, who got very close or completed an enrollment packet or right there in that last spot. Problem. We were not operational in January or March of 24. We just didn't have the ability to do enrollment at that moment, which is such an important part to understand regarding our model, and really helps us understand the future numbers coming forward. Is that January to March period is one of the highest moments of student enrollment, specifically because they're at that halfway point in the year and they've really realized that this might not be working for them, that they are in desperate need of some credit recovery options, that they need to figure out something that is more aligned with what we like to call the intensive care that they're going to need. And so when we're pushing our marketing, it's all about credit recovery, it's about graduation. That was interesting to them, but they needed an option now. And so as you're going forth throughout the year, we struggle with enrollment because as our enrollment team is working with it at Alley, of course, and a larger enrollment team centrally for Learning Matters, who's handling all the states. What we're seeing is identical type of patterns, not just in Utah, but what we experienced in Nevada last year, what we experienced in Arizona and California over the years. And so this isn't new to us necessarily, but it is still absolutely concerning because we need enrollment out here. There's no question about it. So as we're going through January to March, then to May, we really started increasing spend on this. We started increasing going to events. We just, any opportunity that was available to us, we took it, and that's what we're going to talk about. But one of the more interesting numbers that hit for us, and Marie did mention it, was that during the school year, we were struggling to get 11 enrollments. The moment the school year ended, we doubled in our enrollment. That isn't shocking to us. That's actually what we expect, because our students are looking for something now. And a lot of times our families traditionally are not looking for or planning ahead 4 or 5 months. I'm going to keep referring to us as kind of that intensive care unit in the educational space. And so far as you don't really plan to go to urgent care, right? And so right now asking for a family to go to a credit recovery before they need it, it's a big ask. But now here we are, and as we have summer school happening, we have kids there. It's starting to become more real, and so we're actually pulling in more families. And so we're going to get into kind of. I'm sorry. Oh, you're good. You're good. The next slide is. Yeah, it is. This was a different graph 2 weeks ago because we had 11. All right, this graph was as of 2 days ago. So what you're looking at right here is our enrollment forecast based on what's happened in the last 2 weeks and what you can start plugging in and just start projecting out. And what's really interesting about this is that it's starting to model almost an identical enrollment pattern as we saw in Nevada. And I don't like bringing other states into these kind of conversations, but it's a good comparison in my opinion. We also were in that really low enrollment number entering June, and then we started to see it pick up. We're actually very similar to them, cascading up. They had an enrollment cap of 350. That's what 300, what they needed to get to. They were able to get to that by, I want to say, the second or third week of the school year. Our projections for this Utah campus, based on the traction that we're seeing, based on some of the marketing efforts, some of the leading edge indicators, shows that we are likely going to hit our enrollment capacity numbers by October is what we're looking for right now, based on the way we are tracking. We can talk about the low numbers of when we were brought up to 200. What does that look like? We're seeing that as a worst case scenario for actually opening is around that 200 mark. Most important, and I do want to mention this again, is that no matter really the difference between 200 and the 450 we're shooting for in October, the most important window, I need to be so clear about this, is that August period for us, right before school starting, Or they went to their school, they realize this is not the fit for them, they're already struggling, and they start looking for options. But most importantly, it is that January to March window where we see a massive spike. And the reason I'm bringing that up is because in Nevada, in Arizona, many of you use some numbers over there. We really see our wait list skyrocket in Nevada around that exact time. So again, if we could only enroll about 300 kids total in Nevada, that was our absolute capacity. State would not let us enroll anymore. We had a wait list starting in October, and that number just exploded during, again, that January, March period. So if you can continue. So what does this look like? The same graph, just kind of giving you guys more of what this means. Market analysis, we found that enrollment patterns show incredibly strong similarities right now. Target families seek immediate solutions rather than planning 6 months ahead. Again, referring back to that urgent care concept. Our current performance is at summer school and school year 25-26 enrollment increased over 100% in just the first 2 weeks of June. That's not a small number. Growth momentum accelerating following the 24-25 conclusion is exactly how we are modeling this currently. Remember, 2 weeks ago, much tougher conversation. The fact that we're seeing exactly what we would predict to happen is really telling and incredibly promising for us. However, we are still absolutely chasing the ball. So Utah enrollment forecast, Nevada trends provide kind of a predictive model, but it's not just Nevada. Please understand that Learning Matters has been really in operation for almost 30 years now, and I can show you very similar numbers coming out of Arizona or even our alternative models coming out of California. So here we go, marketing, and this is our leading edge indicators to give you guys kind of a broader picture of how different June is from the rest of the 5 months prior. What we're looking at immediately is a conversion funnel. This is top of funnel marketing concepts right here. And so just in literally that first week of June, from again, the previous, you're always doing the same week comparisons in May, we're seeing a literally 843% increase in impressions. Impressions means that this is actually getting in front of people. People are somewhat engaging with that. Our clicks are up 17%. Our conversions are up 21%, meaning that if this is a leading indicator, these people are just enrolling right now. Good example of this. I was sitting in this room right now, and I know the most up-to-date data I had before I sat in this room was we had 11 summer school students. I was informed I was wrong. We actually have 17 summer school students because 6 of them just enrolled in the last. So numbers are exactly tracking with kind of what we would be predicting. Now, I just want to hit these real quickly. It's not just Google. That was one piece of the puzzle, right? We have social media, right? We have Meta, we have Facebook, we have Instagram. They're seeing very similar recent spikes with our engagement because again, it is that time of year graduation has happened. They're starting to think about next year, and for our families, this is the time that we become interesting to them. So in the past 90 days, Instagram alone has a 316% in link clicks, which has doubled then, of course, in the last 90 days. Facebook reach is up 45%. I know I'm speaking really fast, but I know we got time constraints. So keep social media, Google. Google is a social media. And if you're looking at that, I showed you a little bit of the leading edge from that graph previously. I'm going to lead into YouTube right now, which is a Google version of social media. Our recent video efforts drove about 42,000 views and over 340 watch hours in just the last 2 weeks, boosting visibility and of course gaining new what they call then subscriptions. Our Google ad campaigns target credit recovery, free online school, and a lot of the keywords that we are targeting are driving over 1,000+ visits per month just to our website. We have a current estimated 3 to 4% click-through rate. That is an incredibly high number, but that is exactly tracking with what we predict and what we see, of course, in other states following this type of aggressive marketing and enrollment funnels and behaviors. Our school website does see roughly 1,200 monthly visitors with top pages. This is an important one, being enrollment and credit recovery. We know what they're doing when they come to our site. They are interested in enrolling with us. All right, website performance. This is a key part of the story, in my opinion. At the beginning, before we were really getting going, we were hosting a very, I'm gonna use a terrible word here, but kind of a dumb website that wasn't giving us a lot of great trackers. And so we want to get smarter. That's across this organization, specifically in Utah. We had the chance to really flip the script here and put in a lot of the top level tracking items, which means we actually in December, since it's a low period anyways for just school generally, we decided that was the month to do the flip on our website. It did bring us all the way down with engagement, but right now we are seeing that steady climb. And so what's awesome about that is not only are we seeing our social media, our marketing efforts, they're starting to actually now mirror our own internal website trafficking, which just means it's not just one data point, it's actually every data point across marketing enrollment efforts possible. All right, this next one is, I don't want to just show you the Nevada spectrum here. I want to show you an organization that, and this is our Arizona model, I could have put California in there, it's very similar. This is demonstrative that this is the type of enrollment and the periods of enrollment and the spikes of enrollment and the ebbs and flows in enrollment that we see based on the families that we serve, regardless of the community that we're in, because again, urgent care is urgent care everywhere and nobody plans for it. Okay. So again, give you guys just a quick number out of Arizona. We have roughly 1,800 kids enrolled out there. Over the course of the year, we started with about 1,600, right? Over the course of the year, we enrolled almost 1,000 students to gain 200. What does that mean? It's a very transactional experience for us, right? They're here, credit recovery, and then a lot of times want to go back to their school so they can graduate. I love graduation, just like everybody in this room. And it was so fun. Some of these kids that could not go back to the school because they just missed the deadline or otherwise, they were able to wear their honors that maybe they would have received if they were to graduate across them. They're able to wear like it's just fantastic to see this rainbow, if you will, of community of all the other schools and students that just for some reason weren't able to make it there, and where we were as a school able to help lift up the community, if you will, and help students graduate timely. I'm not gonna say necessarily on time, but timely insofar as it actually graduated. And if we continue, our local efforts, and this is a big part of it, we can be as smart as we want. All right, we can be absolutely in this new digital world, but education is still education, and the number one thing that is gonna win the day is our local efforts. And this team that is behind me over here and people working on the ground in Utah have been relentless and tireless in their constant engagement with every event that comes across them. So it's not for a lack of trying. And so there's this really profound moment, if you will, in one of our leadership meetings, and where our school leaders from across the state, they get to come together and collaborate on what's going on. And there's a little bit of concern, right? I'm really worried about enrollment in Utah. Our Utah leader was saying, and Vince, who's our guy out there in Uganda, said, listen, don't worry about the numbers right now, worry about the work. The numbers will follow the work. And so right now, I'm confident that with the partnerships that you see up there from the University of Utah, Boys and Girls Club, the Circle J Radio Company, our ability to get out with the help of PR on local news, radio, television, etc., then going and hitting the pavement, working the events, shaking the hands, kissing the babies, and all the other fun stuff. That enrollment will follow, and I'm confident of that. So,
can I add a few thoughts to this? So just a couple of things on the community partnerships. We have entered into 2 MOUs with 2 neighboring schools, and we have 2 additional MOUs that are in the draft form right now. So those are some things that are happening. I'd like to just say, if you're going to attend a rodeo anywhere along the Wasatch Front in the next 3 months, we, as part of our partnership, sponsored a rodeo bull. His name is Earthquake. So you'll see him. He's gonna be bucking cowboys all summer long. But we're part of this, and I think this is one of the things that we reached out. This contact kind of came up organically, and it was a parent who wanted to enroll their kid because as they're traveling around the state for rodeo competitions and around, they needed something different. And so we're filling a need. This is a marketing opportunity that we were presented because this parent recognized that their student needed to fill a need.
this next slide is really just, I had a problem. The problem was if I put down every event that we've been to, it would have looked like the Yellow Pages. And so we picked some of the highlights of there. We have some of the people that were there. You can see them on the community, and they've been there for about 1.5 years now, going back to the University of Utah, all the way up to just recently at literally everything that's happened. If it's an event, we're at it. So next steps, and that's, again, I do want to hit this before we get there. Our projected enrollment, and this is what I am, if anything is said and understood, our projected enrollment as I sit here today, our patterns indicate that capacity achievement in October 2025 will be met. That is what our forecasting is saying right now. However, we always work with what if that doesn't happen, okay? And that is what these next steps are. And so opening projections right now, and this is kind of, if the first 2 weeks in June were not entirely predictive, just what can we expect because of generally June, July, and August, the time parents are really enrolling. Worst case scenario, we're looking at about 200 to 250 students in August, day one. We're about 10% there right now, which seems like a lot of work in the next 2.5 months, but it's something that I've seen time and time and time again. This is the moment. So enrollment capacity based on that will be exceeded in my predictions, our predictions by 2025, October 2025. Again, please do not miss the fact that one of the greatest enrollments, and I'm going to loop back to the first numbers that I put up there, between January, March of this year, we had 766 people that showed interest in our school. Of those, only 51 chose not to actually hit the enrollment portal, and 60 of those parents actually got all the way to completion or very close to completion. We just couldn't provide them an option this year. And as we're talking to our families, that's the number one thing we needed. So again, if August is tough for us, if October comes and goes and we're still struggling, there's no world that I can envision where that January to March season for the model that we run isn't going to win the day and get us to 450. I am predicting a wait list by November. Market demand indicators are incredibly strong. Our financial sustainability framework, again, I'm going to point to this, and we do have accountants here to talk specifically to this. Our minimum viable enrollment is 200 students for operational solvency right now. I know in the application it was 320, but right now we can run lean. We do run lean, and we can run it at 200 and still do what we promised the community. Comprehensive scenario planning includes staffing implications and cost measures. Multiple enrollment models are prepared for these various market conditions, and I can talk a little bit more about that. The second most important thing outside of my forecast and projections is the OMEG support. It's something that I don't want to get lost here. There's a phenomenal team on the ground in Utah, but LMEG, Learning Matters Educational Group, has large teams and really does push in for support if the school itself struggles to actually pay for itself to fund that, right? What I'm talking about is we have an entire enrollment team, we have an entire marketing arm, if you will, right? And so there is this, right now we are working, and I don't want to necessarily present on this right now, but funding gap protection through strategic loan programs. For instance, if this enrollment doesn't hit, Learning Matters, as we did in Nevada and as we are prepared to do, we have the ability to loan Utah money to overcome this funding gap, if you will, right? Additional staff resource allocation during critical periods. This can be a critical period, of course. Operational installation from the first year enrollment uncertainties. That's what Learning Matters does offer. Again, it's a lot of us pushing in to help pick up where we just simply cannot hire due to budget shortfalls. And of course, we have now a really proven track record of supporting new school during that incredibly difficult first year launch. And so not only is it the incredible opportunity that we have on the ground to serve this community, but it's also the support and the commitment that Learning Matters has made to this community and the support of the Thrive Point Academy of Utah. Thank you.
We'll turn it back over to you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Very much appreciate the thoroughness, especially of the marketing part, and sharing those really explicit data points. I definitely I want to turn it over to my colleagues here around the table. Before I do that, I would be amiss, and I want to just formally recognize Rod Hall, our USB liaison. Thank you for being here. Earlier in your director comments, I was like, oh, so thank you again for your grace as I'm learning. Okay. And again, thank you. So it is very clear that there is a need. I also spent time in credit recovery programs years ago, in Connecticut and, you know, there's power when people feel like they have access to completing education and what you're doing. And I definitely think it's very clear that we're discussing enrollment and how that's going to potentially impact the success of the school. So with that, board members, comments, questions, I'd like to put it to you. Yes, please.
I think if we were talking about, because although we don't have the legal definition of alternative, Thrive Point has been very open and honest from the very first day they met with us that they are seeking and trying to push for this alternative designation of charter. So I'm going to stick with that theme. If we were not in an alternative space, my comments would be very different. My comments would be, you're doing all of this and nobody's interested. So let's be honest about the trajectory, right? So I'm gonna suspend that because with Thrive Point, we're not, and this is where I'm speaking from experience. Our MOU is exactly what they're talking about. We want to retain itinerant students as itinerant students and use Thrive Point as that ICU. Because families come to us where their student and itinerants may not be the best fit realistically, but yet they want a safe, small school where they know their child can access, but then their child doesn't access it, right? And no amount of mom strong arming is gonna make them pass a class, right? So then we find we're getting at the end of 9th grade and this kid has maybe 7 credits, right? If we're lucky, right? And so we're like, okay, already you're not on track for graduation. So we've entered in with Thrive Point to say, I need somewhere to send these kids, but they don't lose the connection to the school they've formed a relationship with, right? And so go get that. And the model is awesome because they pare them down from 7 classes down to 2 classes at a time. And they can knock out those 2 credits and then return to us as itinerant students. And so we want that ebb and flow. But what the problem is that hurts them on paper numerically, right? So they're willing to say, yeah, we'll take your kid back and forth. Or if that family, we actually just, and I'm pretty sure she enrolled, she's one of their summer school kids, really just had to have a really hard conversation, like, your daughter does not have a pathway. She cannot get 27 credits here. And having that really hard conversation, we're like, but literally down the street, they can get your daughter back on track and they can graduate. And I want to be able to have that flexible conversation with those families where all of these kids have a legitimate pathway when I'm not that legitimate pathway for them. So, that's where I think the beauty of being able to say this exists. And if we get but at some point, if she gets those credits and wants to come back with her friends and her social, we want to bring her back, right? But I don't want to punish Thrive Point because of what's actually happening operationally out there. And I know that's the same MOU with another school that they have, and probably will look really similar to 2 other ones. So again, if we were not talking in the alternative space, I would be using very different words towards the school, but knowing what the relationships are, I think in this case, that exception or waiver might be.
Thank you. Appreciate that insight and comments.
Can I follow on to that?
Yeah.
I would appreciate some clarity, because I didn't have the benefit of being on board when Thrive Point came through, but. So, somebody enrolls at your school. You say, or they realize, hey, you're not on a good path here, you're not on a graduation track. There's this great option down the street. You have to understand where the dollars go, and just for simplicity's sake, let's just say that student gets $12,000, 1.2 times WPU and all the other, and it's probably not the exact number, but just they get $12,000 to itinerant receives $12,000 for that student to enroll there. They're not doing good. You take them down the street. They say, okay, I'll go down the street. What, like, how do the dollars flow? And then what happens if they come back to you? Can you just help me understand that if you know?
Yeah, so as you know, that 12,000 is split on a 112, right?
Yep.
So what happens is it depends, and it's actually a student to student, which I love Utah's general funding ideas with backpacking the kids, which is really good. We can do a split enrollment with Thrive Point, in which case it's a percentage. And so let's say it's $1,000 a month, because we work on predominantly work on a 112
Okay,
funding mechanism. We have a trigger on October 1 for the 112, and then we have a true up, right? But then we also have our average daily memberships that come in. So 1,000 would be split. So depending on what gets calculated as the percentage of membership at Itinerus versus the percentage of membership at Thrive Point, that's one option. And then we could just literally split the money for equal percentages, okay, based on membership. The other option is, once that student is out of my membership and in their membership for that period of time, Thrive Point gets the full amount that that student's entitled to. And then when they flow back to me, I get the full membership that I'm entitled to at the 100%.
so you talk to the student in November.
Mhm.
They go to Thrive Point. And effectively Thrive Point would receive those dollars, even though they didn't have an October 1 enrollment. Because maybe we're in this alternative universe.
Because it's driving an ADM now, it's driving the average daily
Okay.
membership for
And then
them.
if they come back to you in March, because they've really recovered. And they graduate with their, spend the end of the year, then that is handed back to you.
Kind of
All right.
simplified, unless we do a split. In which case they're staying
That-
part of Itinerus, part of them.
Cause that could happen, because
That
we
could
do
happen.
some of the time and then some of the time.
Yeah. And that happens all the time throughout the state.
Yeah, so is this through your MOU or does the state board?
The state board does that, and we actually don't need an MOU. We entered into an MOU in order to clean things up and be able to have a little bit more of a partnership with Thrive Point. Traditionally, depending on the age of the student, a lot of times they either go to Valley, which is just happens to be
Yeah,
Jordan's.
yeah.
Or if they're adults, they go to Adult Ed. Or they do packets through Northridge. The problem is with our early college, we have had pretty high guideline. Now, if they're accredited by law, we have to take them, but we basically say, in order to have equal credit on the grade, there's only so many providers we're gonna say do equal comparables. So instead, they're not getting a grade, they're getting a pass or fail on their transcript, and their GPAs are horrible. But Thrive Point is doing a little bit of a different model where we feel like the back and forth. So we just wanted to have a just clear distinction about
But the state
partnering.
board will
Yeah,
pay the money back and forth, like you're talking about, it's
Yeah.
not through you and then to
No,
them.
yeah, even if our kids continue to choose Valley, they
Okay,
would flow the same way.
I'm familiar with that.
Yeah.
I have some more questions, but I'm
Please.
happy
Yeah.
to defer if there's other.
I would just say, I think that change, that fiscal distribution changed about a decade ago, I think, right? It used to be one lump sum. Was that right? Years.
Yeah,
a long
yeah,
while
you-
ago, the
charters
October
were
one.
just October.
You would, and so I think that this change of the monthly distribution really helps this kind of partnership and being able for the money to follow the student instead of staying in the school. Maybe,
I want to be clear on the split. It
Yeah.
would be per SSID number.
got it.
A little clearer on an
Okay.
SSID number. On the moving back and forth, it's more of just a total ADM. So it's just when they calculate my ADM,
Got it.
how many did I have and how
Got
many
it.
did they have?
Got it. Okay.
But in
But-
practice, the money
Money
goes.
Follows. Yeah, okay, thank you for that. Go ahead. member.
So I guess I would direct a question to staff. They've referenced, they were a 320 enrollment break even, they believe now they're 200. Considering this discussion, I just want to understand what our own staffs. If you have a current hypothesis about break even, if the staff has an opinion or an observation on that number. And if you don't have one, that's fine, but I'm gonna guess you've been back and forth.
Yeah, what's really nice is Marie and I have the opportunity to co-lead together. And so when we have a position, it's kind of like our position, right? We're just kind of like bringing out some pros and cons. And so if I may, and then you could chime in, we have just with ourselves as staff thought through some pros and some cons. And probably the largest pro is that this team is highly engaged. They have been for a very long time. They ask good questions. They present, they come with the support. I mean, this board is seen on full display, which Marie is privileged to work with as a member of the support team. And so with that high level of engagement, they really made a great appeal or message for our executive committee to have them here to to make the case, right? To do something a little different. And I think the case is predicated as member, you point out that it's an alternative type of school. And so it's different, could be treated differently. And I think that as we kind of bantered back and forth, that was one of the real pros. One of the real things for the board potentially to consider that we again are just kind of, and you asked, that's why we're sharing. This is your decision and we're just sharing information. But one of the things that we thought that was more difficult is that you know 11 students is an extremely low number. There's no way to mince words on 11 students. Now today, I guess there's an update, right? 11 doubled, nearly doubled, but it's still a material miss from what they talked about. When you have a large material miss, the board has to consider the waiver as it goes to USDE, the taxpayers, other stakeholders, and really consider like the investment and continuing to fund a school that may or may not they are not at their enrollment goals now. That's the fact. They are not all ready to open is a fact right now. So those are just me sharing ideas that kind of, I think capture some of the pros and cons that we share together, not one side or the other. or anything like that.
So thank you for that.
Yep.
I guess I want
then
to
I'll-
ask my question though, maybe in a different way or more specifically.
Uh-huh.
Does our staff have a break even number that you're confident in?
Do you all believe 200?
Cause this, break evens are tricky, cause I deal with break evens, and the challenge is you get your fixed costs, right? You're building, you can't change a lot of these things. Then you have staffing, some of your staffing you can't change, but that's usually where you can start to like say, well, we have to make some difficult decisions. So I'm just wondering, they've presented, I don't have the benefit of looking through their numbers, but they believe their break even is 200. I'm just wondering if our staff has any sort of current feeling about 200 being a realistic break even, or if it's higher or lower, probably not lower. So do we have that, an opinion yet, or are we just going back and forth with them still?
No, what we have is what was approved. And then our tracking and everything is based on what was approved. So additional analysis for the break even or those we haven't done. We've taken in the numbers of 11 enrolled students and now 24 enrolled students.
Yeah.
That does not seem like those current numbers do not seem like they come close to if we were asked to do that analysis.
Yeah.
I'm spitballing a bit, but 11 and 24 are numbers that would not. And then to go from 11, 24 to 200, there's a lot of work that is being done, but there's a lot of work to get there.
Okay, so I need a quick.
Those are opinion.
How many staff do you currently have for this school?
These ones that are right here.
How many numbers is that? 10?
5.
Just 5 staff. Yeah, I can't do this right now, but I mean. That, let's just say that's $500,000. I'm totally spitballing. It's probably not quite that much. Your current enrollment is 24. Okay. I'm just struggling with a couple things. Let me just, if I could, because I know others probably will have questions. So your current enrollment of 24 is at 6% of what your application said, your target application. I look back at your application, even though I wasn't on the board, but I have that in front of me. And your presentation seems to say, hey, we've been here, but look out, it's coming like this. And you've referenced website clicks, a lot of online data. I think that's valuable, and I know the world, has been that way. But in my experience with charter school enrollment, I didn't hear a lot about in-person meetings. I didn't hear a lot. I mean, you've been in the community, you've been to fairs and rodeos, and you got the bull that they're going to ride, and that's. But I didn't hear very much about that. And my concern is that the marketing plan I think I heard today, I fear is probably materially different, maybe entirely different than the marketing, than the description of the enrollment process that was approved, a year plus ago. And so one of my concerns, if you could address it, is, are you changing from what you said you'd do previously? Or did you tell the version of the board that was here before, hey, just so you know, plan on us being next to nothing, 6%, but we're going to come through in that last 6 weeks before school starts, because Now, that's very difficult to accept candidly for me. So can you just give me a quick, well, I don't want to say quick, but just please respond.
I'm actually gonna let Jasmine talk about a lot of the stuff that's happening at this school site, which is so much of exactly what we're gonna start about with that thing, which is, parents are coming in.
That's great. And maybe if I'm gonna direct this to you, just for time's sake, I'd like to know what your in-person interaction has been, because I've been made aware of your online click and follow through and so forth. I want to know what your in-person interactions might be.
So we have our coaches and our teachers, and we're all at site 8 hours a day, Monday through Friday.
Okay,
And our students meet with us twice a week for an hour. They've come in to pick up their technology, see the space. We're only doing online right now.
okay.
So that if they do choose to come in person, come August, they feel comfortable, they're familiar with it. So they're working with our coaches on really just getting to know them, creating those relationships, getting into Bright Thinker, our curriculum, going through their courses, looking at their academic records, coming up with a plan.
So this is for the 24
Yes,
students.
this is our model.
What about the other 400 that are coming? How are you interacting with those kids, or are you? Is that all online?
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Because you referenced like 76 families have been in process. We had them with us in spring. We didn't have no school. Now, by the way, you knew you would have no school in the spring, right? I mean, it almost like I want to be very respectful. I have so much respect for what you guys are doing. But I did find it tough to say, well, they would have come, but we didn't have a school for them. Well, you knew you weren't going to have a school for them, right? Like you were going to open this fall, not in March. So I'm trying to understand, like, that should have been understood. And maybe you could have dialogued with them since March to say, hey, we're gonna put you on a track to get you here this fall, but it's almost like your explanation is, we didn't have anything to offer them, so they left us, and now they're gonna come again. Like, it just felt incomplete to me. So I'd like to understand. I thank you for the explanation
Yeah,
of 24,
I was
but
just
tell me
asking
about the other
that.
375 and
we
if you're
do-
personally interacting with those folks.
We are, and we do have a staff that has records of that in our outreach and, politely calling back and checking in and seeing where they're at. And so we do have one staff member that's pretty much what she does, a majority of her time. Some of those families have found other schools for the fall. But we do, keep a track record of that and make sure that we're doing that in a, again, polite way, not over aggressively, checking back in with them, seeing where they're at. We don't just let them go to waste, I guess, if that's what you're asking.
I'm just asking what your exchange is with it. Like, is this a relationship that's building, or is this truly, because you described to get from 24 to 400, I heard Google, I heard Instagram, I heard rodeo. That doesn't feel to me like, hey, these families are coming in once a week, or we have a dialogue with them, we have a newsletter that's going out to them. I didn't hear that stuff.
So it was there's these are two conversations separately. So one is awareness, right? That's where a lot of the rodeo, the marketing, the social media, that's, hey, we're here, we're a brand new school, we need to be known. The other part of it is interacting with the families who do come.
But I have to tell you, if you're gonna ask me to move forward on awareness, I'm just candidly gonna say, I'm gonna currently end no.
Right.
That's where I am. So tell me the other.
So the other half is what are we doing with families, because now we have a facility, they're walking in the door, what does that look like? So I can't say every single day, but very often we do have families coming in the door and starting the enrollment process and engaging in conversations with Al and Jasmine, our staff there at the table. Specifically about what does this look like, what does our model look like, how is this gonna look? And it's not all credit recovery. Actually, one of the more profound stories just recently was a family came in there and this child was getting bullied at the district school and just needed a different, more small, safe space, right? And so those very organic, traditional conversations and relationships are happening, absolutely happening. The however is the world that we are living in, which is our families are younger millennial groupings, if not younger, and a lot of this wants to be done, I'm not gonna say autonomously, but very fast with very limited interaction, and they want to be able to fill out forms. And so when you're looking at that, they go to our website, they read our website, they say, this is the option we want, and they begin working on the enrollment without ever needing to talk to us. And so quite literally, a person can click our website right now and complete and what I mean by that is literally complete the enrollment process with documents submitted, everything before we even get back to work the next day. And so when we're talking about those 60+ families, a lot of them went through that, and we're even, right, we also have a team, working on this enrollment team that is besides.
Let me jump in just for time. I'm sorry to cut you off, but I know there's gonna be other questions. But you're still describing to me kind of a virtual enrollment thing. I'm not hearing that we're dialoguing face to face. Is that representative of what you're saying?
No.
Okay, then just help me understand that.
So again, our system is built such that a person can enroll without dialoguing.
I understand that, but you're at 24.
Correct. And so a majority of our people who are engaging in that enrollment funnel are doing so without needing necessarily to come into the site.
Okay, we're still not talking about personal interaction.
People that are wanting to come into the site, they are coming into the site, they are having that personal engagement, and they are directed to use online enrollment tools, which is already the standard in education these days.
Okay.
So that is what's happening. So we're still talking in person. We have a host of people calling them constantly. We have text message, email reminders going out to them, best to engage these families over and over again, letting them know what we're up to. But every single day, there's their team plus our team is dedicated to reaching out to these families, and it might not be face to face, but it's definitely a phone. And there are people talking to each other constantly. However, our system is set up such that the friction points are taken away.
Let me ask one more. You've referenced some sort of internal loan that you would subsidize the operation of your Utah school from your other schools. I think you got a couple in Arizona, one in California, it sounds like one in Nevada.
Correct.
Are all of those cash flow positive? Okay, so if 200's your break even, my simple number is 2.4 million in revenue. Now, maybe that's not the right number, but let's just for an exercise here. If you said our break even is 200 kids, now we slosh back and forth maybe because of the particulars of it, but if you're currently at 24, that's like 2.4 minus 288,000. You're talking about a loan of $2 million. Is that what you think internally? And is there an interest rate? Is it interest rate free? Like, what does that look like?
We do have people here.
Yeah, so we've got the attorney for the learning management educational group and the attorney for the school that are working on a draft of what that agreement would look like. It's still a draft form and nothing's been solidified yet. We've got the accountant here who can also talk about the numbers that they've thrown around.
Are any of you concerned about starting off in such a financial hole that you've got a $2 million loan at some rate? Though, is that a concern for any of you?
So the word concern, yes, insofar as best case scenario, of course we don't want. Here's the reality though, is that our commitment to making sure the school operates, stays solvent, is educating and committing to a promise to this group, our community, the state at large. We are committed to making sure that does happen. If there is, again, that budget shortfall due to the enrollment gap needs. So is it concerning? Yeah, everybody on this team is absolutely concerned by the fact that our enrollment is so low. Are we also committed to the fact that this school will be operational if we need to actually come up with a loan to do that? Yeah, our founders, our school learning matters have absolutely committed to that if that is what is necessary.
Okay, and you think 200 used the term worst case scenario.
Yes.
I've got to say, I think your worst case scenario is maybe closer to 20, right? Like that's a big difference. But I'm sorry, I took too much time.
No,
Go ahead.
I think many of us are appreciating the questions and the detail. I am mindful of our time. I don't want to cut our conversation short. I know, I remember before, I believe you had a question comment as well. I'm gonna pass it to you.
I just, for today, for our action today is a yes says they go forward, they do their loan, they do whatever they do, and we let them have the time to do it. And no says, no, you're not gonna open. Is that correct?
That is correct.
That's what.
Yes, and.
What our action is saying. Is there another action to say, we can push it off for?
Yes, we could do a 1 year, we could do a 1 year extension if we chose to do that as well. That would be another option.
Okay, that's what I needed to know is what our options
And if
are.
we, and please correct me if I'm wrong on this, if we chose to vote yes to move forward, it would be recommending with a waiver for enrollment. Or no, I don't know.
I don't think
No?
so.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, he's clarified that.
The-
Oh, because alternative.
Well,
Yeah,
no,
I
there's
think the
alternative doesn't
question,
exist, so.
I think the question, just based on what, Associate Executive Director Stephenson put on the screen, is we need to decide whether enrollment is, quote, on track to be sufficient to meet the school's financial obligations and implement the charter school agreement, close quote. If we decide that it's on track, there's not a need for a waiver. We've just decided that we believe, based on what's been presented to us, that it's on track. And we certify it to the superintendent. If though, we believe enrollment is not on track, maybe that puts us in some waiver scenario, I suppose.
Can I ask a clarifying question, though, Vice Chair? I think that section 6 says that an authorizer will have an established process. And if our established process has a particular break-even number, I think our enrollment then becomes bound to that break-even process. But that's a big question mark right there. And then can I clarify the extension? Are we meaning extend, like, we're gonna put you into another year of pre-operational? Or are we saying extend, like, we'll give you 1 year and then pull the plug if you can't produce the graph? Like, what are we meaning when we say extension?
My understanding was pre-operational extension, which again, based on what we've heard, might not necessarily make a difference
Yeah,
anyway.
it sounds like it wouldn't help.
Yeah. So that, but that I think is what we meant, not
Okay.
necessarily, we're gonna like a kind of a
1 year trial.
1 year trial.
Yeah, and my
Yeah.
point on track. On track is. I mean, that's. To some degree is in the eye of the beholder. I mean, we, yes, there's a target. And maybe that target can move, I don't know. But whether it is on track, I don't know that we have an established set of guidelines to determine. Whether it is or is not on track.
I really appreciate what they shared, showing what could happen and what has happened in other places. I do know that Utah's different than some of the other states, so I'm not sure we would necessarily, we might, but I don't know that we necessarily can guarantee that we would follow, because we have a lot of different nuances in the other states.
Can I ask something else?
Yes.
I have to apologize to you. I was late today for unique reasons, but there were 2 folks who gave public comment. I've understood. The nature of that, was that just in support of the school? Is there anything that, I just want to make sure I can understand what was said. I'm sorry I wasn't here and you don't have to restate it, but was that just a statement of support for this school and its mission, or was there anything else that maybe would be helpful for me to understand, whoever said that?
Yeah, my comment was more about the arts. Thinking, so I've been part of the team since January, and so I've been one of those individuals who is speaking to the families and students directly, so I've also met with over 40 counselors in the area, primary schools and middle schools. And then I've met a lot of the parents and students who are interested. I've made over 4,000 calls since January, reaching out to our marketing contacts.
Good for you.
So part of that, yeah, it's been a process for sure, but yeah, I've been one of those individuals who is calling people who have expressed interest before and calling them to see what their needs are with enrollment. So I think that just kind of clarified the point of, you know, a lot of our parents are looking for right now, and just feeling I need to get them back to whatever it might be.
Okay.
Just weren't able to provide that until very last week.
And did you have the same things to your, whoever it was? I'm sorry.
So I work directly with the students once they're enrolled, they're turned immediately over to me
Okay,
and my colleagues.
so you're speaking about the students that are enrolled.
Yeah, their success plan. I spoke about a couple of individual students and where we're at with that, so.
Thank you.
That's a few years, I'm with you, and I don't love this idea of loaning, right? And the shell game of money, and that gets ugly. And I really never have, and I'm always kind of suspect of it. However, I was thinking when they were talking, we do have a school in our portfolio that came to us on an enroll. They were, I think they were about 18 months in. They were still really struggling with enrollment. And they did some really interesting alternative financing out of a group in California that just kind of like got them through that last year. And they're full and doing well. And So I think sometimes we need to let the schools make the decisions that they can see are best for them. 200 seems to be that number that a high school can limp along at, and less than that, it becomes where you can't run. This board has closed a school historically because they couldn't run what was frustrating for me in hindsight, I was thinking about this because I was actually sidebar hiking with a teacher who lost their job in that closure. And, if it was today, nobody would even be talking about it because the heartburn was over. They were doing online schooling and not able to have a certified teacher in every subject in the building. And so then when our board forced them to have a subject matter teacher, all of a sudden they couldn't afford the program anymore. But with them using really innovative technologies and options, maybe that 200 could go a little bit lower. And they could be a little bit more creative. I'm curious to see if, because their model, I was just saying, if we were talking about a traditional model, I would not be talking like this at all. I would be very much with never be senior on this. I'd be really curious. I think it's a good enough model that it's worth the risk of some startup funding for a year. And seeing what happens at the end of the year, I would love them to make a verbal commitment to the board on the record that if at the end of the year, their graph doesn't pan out, then they do the responsible thing and rescind their charter themselves, if we're being generous and giving them a year. But that's my will. Okay. Any other comments?
I just, gosh, I want this program to be available. But it just is, it's just hard to run a school with 24 kids, right? That's the obvious statement. Now I think what they're saying is, well, we're gonna actually run a school with 200 or 3 we're gonna run a school with hundreds of kids. But it's just, I mean, it's June 12th. School starts in 2 months. They're really, I mean, I just struggle with that ask of, don't worry about what we've done for 18 months. The next 2 months that you can't see, it's gonna be dramatically different. And I appreciate the outreach and that, but if we are where we are, there's really just, I don't know their internal data, but I'm just struggling with a lack of precedence to turn this amount of kids into that. And if you have so few kids, it just feels like I don't know how the program works with that, salaries and break even but that's my struggle. It's not that I don't resonate with this mission or think it's a worthy cause, but if good folks have been at it for 18 months and this is where you are, I just don't know if it's responsible to open. But at the same time, I've kind of understood them. They very well could be back here a year from now in a very similar place saying, well, you didn't let us, so you never got to see the other part of the curve. Like I anticipate like a similar conversation, which, is tough too. So I don't know, I'm just articulating this.
No, Member Bassett.
Keep going and then I'll jump in.
Okay, well, I was just gonna move along. I think that we need to take a vote, but hold on one second. I also, I would agree, I agree with both of you. I see these points, and also the target population, like I said, is not thinking 6 months necessarily ahead. And I do think that is something that we need to consider, that when you're in a situation where you need intensive care, you didn't know that was where all of a sudden now it's really intensive. So that was, and then I was just gonna ask for a motion just in the spirit of time, and that we need to,
I just comment
Please.
quickly, and I know we've got to move forward, but as I look over the calendar today, the agenda, this is one that I think merits a little bit of an extension of time. This is a challenging one for me. I've been stewing over this for days leading up to this meeting. I agree with the lack of precedence for this. This seems unprecedented to me. I haven't had to vote on something like this here before. And I've been sitting on the fence. I am persuaded that this appears to be the type of school where you're not going to have warm bodies in the seats many months in advance already enrolled. I'm impressed by the marketing. I'm impressed by the MOUs. I'm impressed by Ms. Miller's comments about working closely with education counselors, that it's the source of referrals for the school is just very different than any school I've encountered. And I'm also impressed by Mr. Klepek's comments about when students arrive at the school. What I'm still struggling with though is the financing. If you do focus on and rely on that spike January to March, I'm still having a hard time getting my head around that. But I can appreciate that there is substantial financial backing for the school. I don't love the idea of a school starting with any significant amount of debt. That's kind of terrifying to me. But anyway, those are my thoughts. I'm still kind of sitting on the fence, I guess I would say, but those are the things that have impressed me today.
Do we know who so Itinerus, there's an MOU with what schools?
Mountain Heights Academy,
Okay,
Itinerus, and then the other ones that we're working on, the first one was with Roots Charter High School.
okay.
And the other one is early enough that I'll hold off on that, but it's a K-8 though.
And Member Bassett?
Yes, thank you. Just before we go to a vote, I wanted to share some of what's been on my mind, and oh, I'm an optimist and I hold so much hope and excitement about this model. So I do want to say that on record. Also very much torn and fence sitting on this in everything that we've talked about today, knowing that number, 24 to 200 is a stretch. And I am, as we go into the vote, really going back to the language in front of us. Enrollment is on track to be sufficient to meet the school's financial obligations and implement that school's charter school agreement. So I didn't want to stay silent in this space, even though I am feeling similar conflicts and also weighing this discussion heavily. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure.
Yes, please.
Just as a matter of business for the board to consider, we do have 6 members. We talked about that in the executive director's report. And so there's the potential of a tie. And so just whenever the motion is crafted, to carefully craft it, because in the case of a tie vote, the motion will fail. So I just wanted to put that out, Chair, for the board's consideration with the motion and as it's crafted.
So with that, would my board member like to make a motion?
I'll go ahead and make a motion if I may.
Please.
I would move that we certify to the superintendent readiness to open for Thrive Point Academy. And that would include the certification obviously includes all of the elements. So I guess I'll just shut up and leave it at that.
Thank you.
So Eric, what does a yes or no mean for that motion? Can you just?
That means that we're certifying.
Vice Chair Olson, I should.
No, you're fine. That means that we're certifying to the superintendent the readiness to open elements have been met.
And we're saying yes. Go forward.
That's right.
So with that, that is a motion that is currently on the table. We do need a second. Second that motion. Is there any further discussion?
I didn't second the motion, not because I'm not in favor of the school having a chance. I would like some stipulations, if it's possible, to put stipulations in on our certification. Because I'm stuck on the language of the code. But I'm also stuck on, we have an established process. And I think it is important that we honor our own processes. And if we're gonna deviate, we do so in transparency and with some agreed upon caveats to those deviations. And so with the motion as it was stated, I feel like it didn't capture that nuance in my. Vice Chair, would you like to alter that motion?
Yeah, it's an interesting point. I don't think this is altering the process. This is a statement, this is a question whether we as a board have confidence. And that's the big question today. Going to Member Biesinger's comments. Do we have the confidence that the enrollment is going to be on track to make this school financially viable? That's the question. It's not a deviation from our practice. It's a question whether we have that confidence based on where they are today. There's nothing in our practice that requires a specific, correct me if I'm wrong, Associate Executive Director Stephenson, is there anything in our practice that requires a specific target to have been met by today?
The way that we've interpreted it has been mirrored. We've got those guidelines, the break even and then the like 70%, but we have a lot of flexibility over the years.
So I guess I would say, Member Cisneros, I'm interested as the person who proposed the motion or made the motion. I'm interested in hearing from you what you think maybe we should require as a stipulation or as a condition, I guess you'd say, of going ahead and making this certification. And frankly, I'm just not really certain what we can impose as those conditions. I don't know that I have the know-how to regarding our practices to know whether we can impose those kinds of conditions, but I'm certainly interested to the extent we can.
I think our practices in the past have been, in March, it was like 30%, and by June, it was 70% of break even. And if they didn't have, and the break even is agreed upon very early in the process from the financials, so everybody's working from that same number. And so that's what the established process has said meets the criteria in code for us to feel confident. Allowing for that additional time to get up to break even or find additional funding sources. With them being at using Member Biesinger's number 6%. Do we have the, I would assume we have the right, but to impose additional milestones. And then if they're not at, because they're saying that by March, right, it should be fully realized. So if by March it's not fully realized, then the agreement is void. I still got big question marks all around that statement.
May I share? I'd like to share that just briefly as another option. I know we have a motion on the table, but I just wanted to add this as a discussion point. If we're still feeling this, just some rub and uncertainty around the enrollment, we need to certify by June 30th. So we have an option as a board to meet 10 days from now. See if you're at 70. Right, if in terms of enrollment tracking in that direction, if we want to give it another 10 days to see what might happen. We had already talked about earlier in the meeting that we're going to need potentially to meet on June 26th. So that could be a touch point for us to say, okay, where are you? And if we see another 50% jump, that might give us the confidence that we're seeking for that trajectory that was just proposed. Again, it's 10 days from now. It's not okay, I'm not doing my math here, but you know what I'm saying. Yeah, 2 weeks. Yes, please.
And then Chair, if I may also add to Member Cisneros, back in the 2020 legislative session, we also got added that that initial approval that comes with our new charters. And so the initial approval that all charters have is from their operation is that 3 years before it moves into the evergreen charter or,
Review period.
yeah,
3-year review period, so that gives us some more time.
some additional.
Time.
That's the.
That actually gives me more heartburn, not less, because when you've been established 3 years and now you're talking about, I've got
True.
50 families that I'm gonna vet them, right?
Mhm.
So really, if they're showing good, even if it's ebb and flow, but they've operated a year, they're showing good movement, people are coming to get what they need, staying or moving, but and able to operate. It's a whole lot easier to Member B Senior's point, it's easier now to,
Sure is.
traditionally, it's easier now to say, let's just not disrupt people's lives.
True.
Since we're talking about a school that has the potential to, oh, dang, I need some school options now, right? That is not probably an August decision. That is a mid-year decision, and I just want to honor the reality of the model we approved. But if their enrollment doesn't match the graph they're projecting, we're gonna know by March. But we aren't gonna know today. I don't feel like we're gonna know in June, at the end of June either. I don't. They'll have a few more summer school kids, but that doesn't mean those summer school kids are gonna stay in August either.
Right, and I think that's the sticking point for us right now, and that's why this is. We're uncertain and we feel that.
Yeah.
So again, we have this motion on the table, I think.
Can I make another comment?
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt you, Chair. I like the idea of deferring this, but I think Member Cisneros made a great point. I'm not sure if they come back with 100 by June 26th, that is persuasive to me.
Mm.
But I don't want to just delay a vote because of that.
Mm.
But I would like some more information from staff on break-even analysis. I'd like to know more from the school on what the loan looks like. There are some things that are still in the abstract to me that I think are important for me to consider at least, and maybe all of you would feel that way. So if that's 2 weeks, that's a pretty good amount of time. I'm gonna guess this is their priority, so I'd like to see kind of what they feel like their break even is, have our staff be able to interact to see if we agree or don't agree. I'd like to see what, if there is a shortfall, what that funding is and the specifics of what that loan agreement is. I just don't have the benefit of this information right now. And I think that would inform me. So I actually, I'm not making a motion, but I like the idea of deferring this if we're gonna meet again. Let's give them a little more runway and let's get this other information. And then also I would love an update on that day of what their enrollment is, because that graph was supposed to take off like literally yesterday. And if it's not, that's informative for me too. But I just think those other things for me would be helpful.
I agree, and I appreciate you making those points and to bring that information forward. So with that, I would like us to vote on this motion. I think I have an idea of what's going to happen, and then from there, I'll have some more comments about moving forward on the 26th. Okay.
If we vote no on this motion,
So then what
do we
happens?
hurt the school?
Can we just
We
cancel
table
it? Can we table the motion or?
Do we pull the motion?
Because there's a
Yeah, I
motion and a second, you gotta take a vote.
But what I'm wondering is
Can
if we vote no, then we're saying we don't certify the school, does that hurt?
No,
Can have a
no, because there could be a new
Oh,
motion
we can have a new motion. to
Substitute motion.
to
Okay.
table it.
Table.
Yeah.
A table, so
Oh,
we'll,
you can.
okay. But so just, okay, let's do this one to start. So we've got a motion on the table to certify Thrive Point Academy to this state superintendent.
And if you want to fail, it should be a tie or
Yes.
no, more no's than yeses.
Sounds great, and I think just due to the nature of this, could we do an individual call that will help with that? Member Biesinger.
Okay, but if we're gonna substitute the motion, does that mean we wouldn't vote on this?
It's correct.
Because I like the eloquence
Oh,
of that. I don't
okay,
really
so-
wanna vote no,
Oh, okay,
yes.
so-
I'd like to
okay, so let me pull
substitute
that.
the
Someone could
motion.
make a
If there's some
substitute
momentum for
motion,
that.
and if that passes, it precludes the other goes
Okay,
away.
great, okay, thank you for this, for the Roberts rules on this, everyone. This is just a little tricky, we wanna make sure that we're setting up the school.
Maybe Member
first.
Pulsifer maybe wants to offer something.
Okay, great. Member Pulsifer, would you like to start, please?
Okay, I'll make a motion that we table this item to a later date
And, yeah, that's my motion.
I second that.
Okay, wonderful. Member Biesinger,
I'm a yes for that motion.
member Cisneros.
Yes.
Member Bassett,
Yes.
Vice Chair Olson,
Yes.
member Folsom.
Yes.
None of me yeses. So I think what we're asking, and we haven't formally scheduled this because we do need to confirm with our board members, but we're for June 26th, we'll be in the morning.
I'll be there.
And we would like some more information from staff in terms of break even numbers. And some more information on your end from Learning Matters on the loan information, because I think that is going to be something that's going to be present in the spirit of the school's success if moving forward.
I would also think information of what contracts you've signed. So if you didn't move forward.
Oh, in terms of MOUs?
Yeah, well,
Or-
just what are your obligations currently?
Oh,
I mean, you've got staff to, I'd like to understand kind of what the ongoing commitments of this school are. That would be helpful for me too. If that's okay, Chair.
That sounds great. And Stafford, just will you please follow up with the school?
Yep.
We'll be in touch. I want to thank you all so much for this very robust conversation. I think it's necessary as it is unprecedented. And we know we can feel your passion and excitement for what you're doing, and also the need is there within our state. We also have an incredible responsibility to make sure we're, we're stewards of the taxpayer money and making sure that we're also setting schools up for success. Because I think to Member Cisneros' point, the last thing that we want is to move forward and then disrupt families later when it is more just even more impactful and not necessarily in positive ways. So thank you so much for your time, and we look forward to talking with you again in 2 weeks.
Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. We know we are behind schedule. With that being said, I want to thank folks that are next on our agenda. Just in that we are all human, we definitely need just a brief break. So let's take 5 minutes. I know that is short, but take care of whatever needs you need. We'll be back here at 11:35. And we will begin with conversation on transfer and control of Moab Charter School, and then we'll move into school land trust. So thank you all so much for your patience.
After my children were grown. Went back down there.
Okay, yes.
It was really fun.
Okay, and I've always had to do it while I've had kids. You know, I'm kind of excited to like
It was really fun.
just be me.
It was just fun. It was. Okay. But you put it in the car. Yeah, wasn't doing it for. I wasn't doing it for anything that I did. I just kept telling you, I'm doing it to get smarter.
I would say.
That's kind of where I'm at too,
Yeah.
because I don't have to be, I'm not gonna have to do the list like that, okay, I don't have to compete for top spot. Okay, sounds great. Everyone, we're gonna go back together. And again, thank you all so much for your patience.
that. It's tough. It's time.
Wonderful. I have a little chime. I didn't bring it. It's in my desk. but I'm on top supplies. I know. So again, I just want to say thank you everyone for that conversation. I know we're a little bit behind schedule, so we've adjusted our agenda. I just wanted to provide everyone just a snapshot of that so we can attempt to stay as close to on time as possible. We are going to, in just a second, we're gonna move into our discussion and action item. We had a previous conversation at our last meeting about transfer operation and control of Moab Charter School. This is just, we had asked for just a little bit of additional information, so I don't see this being too long of an agenda item for us. From there, we have asked Paula and Kira if they wouldn't mind tabling the school land trust conversation to August. So they have already left the building and said no problem. So they will be back in August for us. And so that way we do need to as soon as probably as we can get into our school safety conversation. And then from there, based on time, we'll probably have a working lunch. We'll see how timing goes. And then we will potentially be tabling our startup fund conversation and definitely we'll table our A game convening debrief just to allow us to stay more on track in time.
Chair, if I
Yes.
could,
Yes.
as I did last month, I need to disclose with respect to, I think, the next agenda item. My company is under contract with Athenia.
Okay,
to
yes.
do the financial analysis of this. So I want to disclose that and I'm going to abstain from voting on this.
Great, thanks, Member Singer, for that reminder, and I appreciate that disclosure. So with that, if I can just have our folks from Athenian and Moab Charter School, please come on up and that would be fantastic. So today we need to review and vote on the proposal to transfer operation of control of Moab Charter School. And again, as a reminder, this was introduced last month and with pending approval from both the Moab Charter School Board and the Athenian the Academy Board, that we were just waiting for the board approval. We had conversation and asked, I think we had a fruitful conversation at that meeting as well. With the three of you, do we need to?
And real quick.
Oh, yes.
Just behind you, we have just a few other
Great.
just really brief notes.
Great.
Exactly what you said is from the last meeting. One of the outstanding items was the votes from both of the boards, and those votes have occurred. And then for today is the consider of the transfer of operation and control. That is the transaction that's being discussed here. And so any action item, motion should include that type of language if you're considering it. And then still to occur would be what we're talking about with charter agreements. And that date of June 26th that we are talking about is when we would suspect that last piece would be done. So just
Perfect.
Yep.
Thank you. So with that, I'm happy we can open up the floor for some discussion and or a motion. Both boards voted yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay,
Yes.
excellent. Oh, please,
I
go ahead.
have a
Oh, no,
quick-
please. And I was
I
gonna
have-
say, and open up to the three of you if you would like to add some additional comments,
I have a quick-
just to help us in this vote.
You bet. I have a quick story to make you feel good. I
Okay,
spoke to Paul
great.
yesterday about this. My school, because of the rural nature, my school got permission to give students breakfast and lunches for a week this summer, for summer kids in need.
So the first time we did it, we were overwhelmed with the response. So much so the police had to come and direct traffic. So we got together as a group and we put together some solutions. And yesterday Ballard served nearly 400 students, 5,600 meals in about 45 minutes. No one waited in line more than 5 to 7 minutes. They got 2 lines running and they did it. And then Richfield in that community served 300 students, nearly 4,200 meals. So 9,800 students received breakfast and lunch in the Richfield and Ballard Roosevelt communities, surrounding communities yesterday. And we appreciate the state office, the lunch division there, and my staff has worked tirelessly. They were so excited and so thrilled. It was amazing.
I'd like to offer just a brief thought about the process that we went through down in Moab. We've had extensive conversations in the community about that. We had a month ago now, we had a public meeting. I just took comments from whomever. I will say that I was surprised at the positive response that we got. I don't want to sugarcoat and say that there weren't some people that were upset. That would be a lie. But I was genuinely surprised. And I think all of us on the board were genuinely surprised at the amount of positive response. And I don't think that any of this was seeded, just sort of natural, but people were like, oh, there are some opportunities here that didn't exist before. And so we were pleased. The vote ended up being 2-1. And the fourth board member had to recuse himself because of conflict. He happens to be doing the legal work for Athenian that predates any of this. And he recused himself from all of the discussions that we've had. But I feel more comfortable about where this is going today and after that process than I did before the vote, knowing that, there's always some degree of tension, and when things change, someone's gonna be upset. But we, sitting in those meetings, there were more people honestly saying, we think this is a good idea, and it's both at the staff level as well as the community level, than I certainly ever would have expected.
Thanks for that, that insight. And for the opinion board, was it a unanimous vote? Or do you have
Yes.
any context that you want to provide?
There was very positive discussion. We visited Moab several times. We're there for the town hall meeting. Been in contact with several of the staff and trying to reassure them that we're wanting that school to keep existing and even maintain their identity to a large degree. And so we think we've worked out a lot of good ways to do that, honor still the history of the school and still provide them some hope. It's the future, stronger future.
I think it's fair to say that Jared and his team was a significant part of the reason why people felt more confident. Because Jared and the team went down and spent time talking with the staff and helping understand, there's uncertainty. And they asked, are we gonna have a job? And to his credit, Jared said, I don't know. And that question came up at the public hearing. And I said, look, anyone who gives you an answer to that question that is yes, they're selling you something. Because you don't know. Yeah, I think that the staff appreciated Jared's direct honesty on that point. He was very clear in saying, look, we're not coming here, as you just heard him say, to make a bunch of changes. But obviously something has to change. There was no secret there. And yeah, I think that's a large part of the reason why people were more positive about this than I would have expected a month ago.
If I might, my name is Jennifer Ramey. I am the board chair for Athenian E Academy. I apologize for not being able to be there in person. As a board, we are very excited and looking forward to having the opportunity to work with the Moab Charter School. It was a unanimous vote on our part. we feel that this is a good fit for the model that we already have. This is a community that we feel we have the ability to work with and would fit what we already do. It's within our purview. It meets the operations that we already do. We feel that this is a unique opportunity both for the Moab area and for our school, that it's going to be a win-win all around. As mentioned, several of our staff have already visited the area and just really felt almost a sense of belonging, if you will, with that community already. And we look forward to having the opportunity to enter into this partnership and to work with these people. So yeah, it was a unanimous decision right from the get-go.
Thank you so much for those additional comments. Please.
Yeah, something unique about this, when there's a transfer like this, there's all kinds of things underneath that you have to worry about, right? There's liability, there's loans that are going around. These two schools have hired professionals, both of them have engaged attorneys, CPAs. Our firm Roundtable Funding has been engaged by Athenian to make sure the transfer of the USDA package comes over okay. So I would just to alleviate any of the board's questions related to that, there's lots of care that's been taken to make sure this is done correct.
Thank you. Thank you. I think I can feel that and I appreciate that as well. Or I can see it and feel it. With that, could I ask for a motion from one of our board members, please? I'm gonna give you all eye contact. Okay, go ahead.
I will make a motion to approve the transfer and operation of control of Moab Charter School to Athenian E Academy.
Thank you. Second.
I will second that.
Wonderful. All those in favor? Or sorry, any other discussion? Okay. All those in favor of transferring the transfer of Moab Charter School to Athenian E Academy, please say aye or yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, or both. Or become a pirate. Aye. Okay. Any opposed? Motion passes and congratulations. We're excited for this partnership.
Thank you.
Excited for the communities to come together. So thank you for thinking strategically and innovatively to really make sure that the schools can be successful. Appreciate that.
Thank you. It's been a wonderful opportunity for us to work with many people. It's great. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna move on to, we have a reported recommendation. Chantel Cota, thank you so much for your patience. I know you have been waiting a while and we're just so grateful for your patience and willingness to come to our meeting today. We're just gonna be getting some information, just some school safety updates and just talking more about the charter partnership and liaison work that we can do together.
I'll just launch it very quickly. Our chair, Chair Spiker has been absolutely prioritizing school safety. In all of our executive committee meetings, she's made sure that this remains of the highest priority and says it in a passionate way, but also a very practical way, both. And so we just appreciate your leadership on this. And then our liaison, Rod Hall, is an absolute instrumental to school safety and public education, including public charter schools. Not only does he liaison between our two boards, State Charter School Board and USBE, but also works closely with the legislature. And so, Member Hall, you were texting and calling and encouraging, not that we needed it, because I just shared that but nonetheless, to talk with this, who we already work very closely with, Chantel, and I'm about to make the intro there, but your continuous, persistent encouragement that school safety remain of the highest priority is super acknowledged. And then to Chantel, who we're gonna turn all of this over to, but I had to get these acknowledgements out. I had a breakfast opportunity to have breakfast with Director Coda. And she really talked about how passionate her team is, how passionate she is, and identified all the very important things that we need to do for school safety. Including a charter school liaison, which I know, Chantel, you're going to talk about in your present, but thank you. And we look forward to continued partnership with you. I know you work really closely with our associate executive director on compiling different things, but we've been excited for this agenda item. And thanks to your flexibility today, because we know you're at school safety conference. I better be quiet because you get the rest of the time.
Thank you so much for that warm welcome. And it's such a pleasure to be here with you, even if it is virtually. And again, apologies, I can't be there in person. That's always my preference. I love to connect with all of you. But I am at a school safety conference today, as was mentioned. So I will go ahead and get started. If I can share my screen, if you're okay with that, I will pull my PowerPoint up and we will get going. So let's see here. That's not what you want.
Right, we can see it.
Okay, perfect. Great. Thank you so much. Okay, well, let's get going then. All right, I always like to start with the Utah School Safety Center mission and vision. So as Dr. Kramer mentioned, my role is to support school safety at the Utah State Board of Education. So what that means is I'm the director of school safety and student services. I oversee 3 very important teams. One is the prevention team, which works with all things prevention, suicide prevention, bullying prevention, all of the things prevention. The other is the student services team, which works with groups such as school nurses, school counselors, mental health. So some of those like ancillary services for students that support their growth in the school. And then the third is the Utah School Safety Center. The Utah School Safety Center is unique because we work with USBE staff as well as liaisons from other organizations. So currently we work with the Department of Public Safety liaison. We have a liaison from the Office of Substance Use and Mental Health. We have a liaison from Safe UT. And as Dr. Kramer mentioned, we are excited to announce that we will now be positioning a charter liaison on the School Safety Center, which I'll talk about a little bit more in detail further on in the presentation. But do want to share our mission and vision with you. I believe that if you don't have your sense of work rooted in a purpose, you tend to not fulfill that purpose of work. And so our mission at the Utah School Safety Center is to work collaboratively to provide technical assistance, training, and resources that support local education agencies' commitment to ensuring school safety and improving the climate of school communities. Our vision is that the vision of the Utah School Safety Center is that each student learns in a safe and healthy school environment. So all of the work that we do is really centered upon that. So that takes me into some of the school safety administrative rules that I want to go over today. So a big part of our presentation today will be going through some of the rules that were recently passed in House Bill 40. But you'll notice as I'm speaking about some of these minimum safety and security requirements that they go all the way back to House Bill 60. So we've been really heavily engaged in the state in school safety initiatives, policies, and code for several years now. And the most recent being House Bill 40, which was passed this last legislative session, which really kind of tightened up some things and also added a few new things. So I'd like to spend a little bit of time going through some of these administrative rules and kind of talking through those for your awareness. So in R698-13, which is school safety, again, you'll see the back date, which is effective December 23rd of 2024. Schools with grades 5 through 12 must establish a point of entry, establish and maintain a managed point of reentry with proper visitor management. This managed point of reentry should be operational starting no later than 10 minutes after the first bell rings and continue after the final bell rings. One thing I want to make clear is in this rule, this is a rule that comes from Chief Pennington. Part of what we're doing now with school safety is really a collaborative approach, which means that the Utah State Board of Education has purview of many of the school safety requirements, and Chief Pennington through the Department of Public Safety has purview as well. There's very much a collaborative effort. I myself meet with Chief Pennington at least monthly. We have a scheduled meeting. Usually it's quite more often than that. So when you see a rule that starts with just the letter R, that is typically a rule that comes from his office. Our rules at USB are R277. So you can see here that these rules are under his purview and ones that he has demonstrated would meet the legislative need. The next includes information on schools with grades kindergarten to grade 4. So this is all about, again, establishing and maintaining that managed point of entry with proper visitor management. This point of entry should be operational starting no later than 20 minutes before the first bell rings. And additionally, schools must make sure that there is some type of visitor management by securing the point of entry starting 10 minutes after the first bell rings. So essentially what these rules are attempting to do is ensure that the schools are secure and that any outsider that comes into the school is greeted by appropriate office staff, that IDs and credentials are checked so that there are not unknown people in the school. The next administrative rule that I will go over includes fencing requirements. So initially, the fencing requirements that came out of House Bill 84 stated that schools must install fencing that is at least 6 feet tall around playgrounds and outdoor areas where school-sponsored activities may take place. There was a lot of feedback about that, particularly from charter schools, in that there are some unique aspects of buildings and so forth, and with other schools as well. And so in House Bill 40, you'll see that an alternative to fencing is that instead of fencing, schools may ensure that sufficient staff are observing the playground and outdoor areas during school activities to prevent public access while students are present. So again, the fencing was really to, again, keep those visitors who have not been recognized out of the safety space of students. So if a fencing does not make sense for your building, the alternative would be to make sure that there are personnel that are keeping track of the kids and making sure, again, to protect students by having appropriate visitor access management. And then there also is some information on the restrictions piece, in which schools may restrict public access to outdoor areas and playgrounds during school hours or after hours as determined by the school. And this is because, again, with charters and with non-charter schools, a lot of times the park is kind of a shared public space, but in order to protect the interest of students during the school day, schools may restrict that public access. Want to talk a little bit and make a shift now into firearm safety in schools. There were some amendments that came through in House Bill 40. You should know that elementary school, which is typically kindergarten through grade 6, provide a firearm safety instruction at least 3 times during a student's attendance. So typically what schools are doing is just kind of alternating every other year. But you can make some decisions locally as to how you want to do that. Middle school and high school students should receive this firearm safety instruction twice, once in middle school and once in high school. And when you're thinking about the type of instruction that you want to provide for that, it is up to you as local control. You can decide which firearm safety is most appropriate for your students, but you'll want to make sure that the instruction is suitable for the student's grade level and focuses on best practices and guidelines for the safe handling and storage of firearms. So again, this all just kind of comes down to preventing accidents and ensuring personal safety. So the methods of instruction include your instructional delivery, which can be provided through live instruction, videos, or online materials. It may be integrated with existing hunter safety courses. So if you're familiar with a hunter safety course and you want to partner in that capacity, you can. You can include it in health or physical education curricula if that's helpful. And then in terms of the choice, you can just go ahead and use the firearm safety materials created by the Attorney General's office, and those are just accessible online. So if you don't have an alternative or a different way that you would like to proceed, the easiest way is just to access those materials and make sure that your students have access to those. And then there is a statement that all statements regarding firearms must be politically neutral. So again, just focusing on safety with firearms and how to train students to have firearm safety awareness. Again, another part of this is the parent and guardian notification. Schools must inform parents or legal guardians before providing firearm safety instruction, and parents may opt out for their students if they decide that that is not something that is a good fit for their child. Schools may offer alternative educational activities for students who opt out. So again, this is very similar to parent that doesn't sign, the note for the movie or the field trip. Make sure you have a different activity for that student while the others are engaging in that activity. And this policy starts on July 1st of 2025. The next item that I would like to talk about comes from House Bill 40, and this involves the school safety amendments for the school safety needs assessment. As you recall, last year we had 100% participation. Want to thank all of you for your tremendous effort. I know it came down to the wire for some, and just really appreciate you stepping in and making that a priority. Initially, the school safety needs assessment was to happen annually. Now it's every 3 years. So what that means is now you have 3 years until the next needs assessment needs to take place. So for you all, you can consider whether you want to stagger assessments. You do still need to work with the county security chief and local law enforcement. So I would encourage you to start those conversations now so that you don't get to the end of the 3 years and, just run out of time or, have a different method of operating that you would like to do. I think it would be advantageous if you meet with them now and decide what your schedule will be. I know in talking with some of the larger districts, they are opting to kind of go through a staggered approach where in year 1, they will go through all of the elementaries, year 2, all the middle schools, year 3, all the high schools. So again, this is at your discretion, but they do have to be completed for every school by the end of 3 years. And also just really encouraging everyone to still stay on top of your safety needs, even though you may not be conducting a needs assessment every year. Really still best practice to spot check. And if you did want to run the safety needs assessment annually, there's nothing that's prohibiting you from doing so. If you find that that's something that informs you not only for your safety decisions, but also for your funding decisions, certainly could support that as well. The next piece involves the school guardian. Keep in mind that schools with 350 or fewer students, a principal or a teacher can be a school guardian. Typically, the reason why the principal or teacher initially in some of the earlier safety bills was not identified as a school guardian is because in the event of a threat or emergency, typically it's the principal who's going to be kind of at the command center and making sure that students are safe throughout the building. And the teacher typically stays directly with the students in the classroom. And if a guardian were to be enacted, that guardian could potentially be removed from their regular duties to go out and investigate, explore, or engage the shooter. So that's why it's typically not best practice, but it's understood that when we're in rural schools or some charter schools, it's just hard to find that personnel. And so for those cases, the principal or teacher can be a guardian. Just make sure that those things are kept in mind, that there is a plan in place. So if it is a teacher, for example, who would take charge of the class if the teacher had to then switch into that guardian duty? And again, if it were the principal, who would take over the command center and run the emergency response plan in that event? So just some things to think through. Also remember that school guardians and armed security guards must complete an initial fit to carry assessment that is provided through the Department of Health and Human Services. And And they also approve providers. So if you have somebody on staff that may have those same credentials, check with them to see if that would be a possibility. And they must also comply with mental health screening requirements that are consistent with law enforcement. So what that means is your local agencies require that your law enforcement officers have either annual or sometimes they just call them regular screenings. And the expectation is that the guardian is going along with that same cycle. So check in with your local law enforcement. Your county security chief would be a great one to check in with to find out how often that would need to occur for your guardians. The next item includes the security glazing or ballistic windows. They must be on interior windows of a classroom entrances or instructional areas from the floor by July 1st of 2040. So that's important because with these compliance issues, Chief Pennington is giving about a 10-year window. There's an understanding with him and policymakers as well that funding can certainly be a barrier to many of these things. And so while it's important that you're looking at your needs assessment and certainly mitigating risk by addressing anything immediately as you can, some of those items that may be more structural or may be more cost prohibitive, you have a little bit longer of a time frame, and that's why you're seeing that longer time window. Also, exterior windows surrounding only the immediate entryways are by the following timeline. So again, you'll see 2035 and 2040. And if you have any questions on that, your county security chief will be able to come and you can walk through, even if you don't want to complete the entire needs assessment, they can certainly do a walkthrough and kind of start to help build an understanding of which windows in your unique buildings would need to be covered and what that could look like for each of you. A few additional things. Each school must have a universal access key box with master keys for first responders. This is currently at the Utah State Board of Education. We are in the rulemaking process. The rule, which will be R277-400, did pass out of committee and will be going to full board, and you'll be able to see those rules. So when I come back next month or in August, hopefully you'll invite me back. I can talk to you a little bit more about what those specifics are. But the purpose of a universal access key box is that when first responders arrive on the scene, they will have access to keys in case doors are locked or they need access. The idea behind this is to remove the time barrier so that they can get in and administer first aid or support quickly. You will note, though, that in the rule, the key box does have to be accessible, so it will be somewhere outside of your building that's in a locked and safe space for, again, first responders. Public schools must have camera feeds and wearable panic alert devices to communicate with public safety answering points. The panic alert devices, also known as Alyssa's Law, will be provided to all of you through funding that was directed through the School Security Task Force. We are working at USBE with the grant subcommittee to get that RFP out. And so when I have more information on that, I'll share it with you as well as with the rest of the state. That is one funding piece that will be covered, and I will share more information on that as soon as we select providers. The direction that we're taking is that they're depending on how many people can provide the specific technical requirements, because there are very specific technical requirements for the panic alert devices. And just for those of you who may not be familiar, those are the devices that would be worn on a lead teacher, and it would allow them to signal to you, the office, and or outside first responders, primarily law enforcement, if there is a threat. So again, as to reduce the response time. So more information on which vendors will win that contract are to come. Additionally, LEAs can provide adequate staff to supervise the perimeters instead of fencing, which we talked about earlier. So as you're thinking about staffing needs and what a day bell to bell looks like, just thinking through your recess times, your lunch times, any time that students are outside of the campus, what type of staff are you using to supervise that area? And then new school buildings must have automated external defibrillators, also known as AEDs. Again, that was placed in rule through USBE R277-400. That was passed through committee and will be going to full board in August. So I will come back once that rule is passed and we can talk about that more in detail. Want to shift a little bit and talk about instant response. Schools must use an instant response system created by the state security chief and the school safety center. This is something that the state security chief, Chief Matt Pennington, and the school safety center are working on. This essentially will be a grid system, and the purpose behind this is so that when first responders or law enforcement arrive, rather than any miscommunication happening, such as saying cafeteria door or southwest door, they will say it's in grid A or grid B, and that will be standardized to all of the buildings. That way law enforcement know exactly which area they need to get to immediately, so they're not losing time by trying to learn what a building looks like rather than just going to the direct area of threat. Schools will be asked to physically mark all hallways and doorways based on the system. Again, that is system is still being crafted with input from Chief Pennington and the School Safety Center. So more information to come on that, but just wanted to give you a little bit of a heads up. And then also, finally, I want to talk about the compliance piece. So the State Security Chief and the School Safety Center are creating an escalating system of technical assistance, intervention, and corrective action for LEAs not complying with safety requirements. That is also something that's being worked through the board right now. But essentially, the draft that we have, I like to share this with LEAs because anytime we hear, compliance, like I want to make it really clear, like what that looks like and what that feels like, and what the work that the School Safety Center has done on that, which is that the first levels of that really are supportive. So it's all about the planning. If you're encountering barriers such as funding or lack of personnel, things like that, having that opportunity to meet with the School Safety Center and or Chief Pennington to talk through what some of those barriers are, either apply for alternatives or come up with a plan. The most important thing is that there's an awareness of these minimum safety and security requirements and that there's a process for moving forward. So I always like to share that piece of it. The only time that there will be an issue where we'll get into the levels of 4 or 5, which could include other accountability measures, would be a school or an entity that's saying we refuse, we flat out refuse, we don't want to comply with these things. Then that's a different conversation. But so long as there is open conversation and planning for moving forward, that really is the spirit of the LEA compliance and safety requirement model that's moving forward. And now for the exciting one. I think it's exciting because I'm meeting with all of you. The School Safety Center Charter Liaison was put into House Bill 40. And again, as I mentioned, the School Safety Center is a unique body because we have USBE staff that works collaboratively with outside agencies to make sure that we have a pulse on different areas of safety and that we're informing policymakers adequately, equitably, and fairly. And so with that, we really pushed for a School Safety Center Charter Liaison, knowing that there have been some gaps in the communication back and forth, and wanted to really mitigate that. This person will be assigned by the State Charter School Board and will coordinate with charter schools on school safety issues, as well as meet with our School Safety Center team weekly. So this person is a very important individual with very important responsibilities, which include meeting with the School Safety Center once a week. Sometimes that's virtually, sometimes that's in person. And then any work that is created. So at the School Safety Center, technical assistance, model policies, all kinds of things that support school safety are created. And this liaison will have the opportunity to work with, provide input from the charter aspect to the School Safety Center. And then likewise, we'll take information from the School Safety Center out to all of the charter organizations. That would include you all as the largest authorizing board, but also will include those other authorizing boards so that we're not leaving any of the charters out. And we have our charter liaison who's actually here at the School Safety Center today, Betty Jimenez. She's been fantastic. I've introduced her to everyone on the School Safety Center, our state security chief, as well as our new superintendent, Dr. Molly Hart. I'm sure you're all aware that Dr. Sid Dixon did step down and Dr. Molly Hart was sworn in, and she's here supporting as well. We do have some policymakers here as well, and so I've been introducing her, and we are very, very excited for this opportunity to continue to collaborate with charters as well as to make sure that that flow of communication is happening smoothly and effectively, because we know smooth communication is one way to mitigate safety incidents. And then another exciting thing is the School Safety Foundation. This is a nonprofit foundation authorized by the state security chief. This is in House Bill 40. This is still, as I understand it, this is not under USBE purview. It's under state security chief, so DPS purview. As I understand, they're still getting that set up, but once it is, it will be very similar to other entities where you can apply through grants and funding that have been donated by private donors. You know, it's great when we have those state grants and state funding, but the School Safety Foundation will allow for you all to work with a foundation that can really kind of speak to your needs and hopefully provide some funding by reaching out to donors and other entities that want to support school safety. So I think that's exciting because I know one of the biggest barriers across the state is funding. How will we pay for these things? What will we do to get the money for these things? And this is just one more avenue to be able to do that. So I find that very exciting as well. Before I start to wrap this up, I do want to remind you all that we have the Utah School Safety Playbook, which is a guide for Utah Public Schools. If you do not have a copy of this, I will make sure you have a copy. It's available at the USBE website. This playbook, I'm so proud of this because our School Safety Center worked tirelessly and endlessly to pull together all of the school safety legislation and put it into manageable chunks for all of you. And we're now just updating it as well with this information that I just gave to you. So a new version will be out here shortly, but if you don't have this version, it's just a really comprehensive guide and I think really helpful to review laws and policies and have some good discussion around that. And then for my wrap up, just want to make sure that you are aware of the training request and technical assistance portal. If you want any of my team or prevention or student services or special ed to come in and provide any specific training or want to collaborate with you on some unique training, we have trainings that we've developed in professional learning that we're happy to come in and present. But you may have an idea that you want to collaborate with us on, but need some extra hands or expertise. Please remember to reach out to us. We are happy to do that. And then if you have any questions specific to the USBE School Safety Center, if you will just reach out using school safety programs at schools.utah.gov. That is manned by everybody on the School Safety Center. Rhett Larson, who some of you are familiar with, is the coordinator for that, and I'm the director over that, and we monitor that regularly. And so if you have any just kind of generic questions or want to meet with us or want us to tour your building, we love to connect and communicate with you. And if you have any questions or technical support that we can help with, happy to work with you there as well. So at that point, I have just like a few minutes for questions, and then I am up on a panel, so they're going to call me here soon, but would love to give you just a few minutes for any questions. And I apologize. I know that you got Representative Wilcox tells me all the time, you've got to stop using your auctioneer voice. So I apologize if I was speaking too fast and like, I hope you caught all of that.
You are so flexible too with timing, so we appreciate that. And you could tell why I enjoyed that breakfast meeting with our liaison, Rod Hall and Chantal, is because she's a true professional. And thank you for your time. I wanted to say something about Betty, just because she's one on our team. So if you do have to go, we understand. But Betty really stepped up, and we didn't have to have a person come from the state charter school board. This liaison could have come from a different place, a school operator or from somewhere else. And we really thought, Marie and I, as we worked this through, is that our team wanted to be in the center of this because of your leadership and this professionalism. And Betty just nicely agreed to step into this additional task. It's not her full FTE. But she is already at this meeting, being introduced, committing her time and resource, our time and resource for school safety and the implementation of this large bill. So thank you, Betty. I know you're out there somewhere.
Can I ask a question? Director Coda, thank you so much for the thorough report and the background. This, as Director Kramer said, this is a passion point for me. When I was a school director, I had a family that had lost a child in the Newtown, Connecticut, enroll in my school.
So I had a very personal interaction navigating, I mean, it was within the year after that had happened. So it was a powerful experience to say the least. Are there conversations, and some of you might have heard me say this before, I mean, we know we are in an epidemic of loneliness. Our students are clamoring for connection. I so appreciate the physical, tangible, because I feel like we're trying to figure out, I mean, besides the AEDs, right? I know we're talking about significant school safety, right? This is what this is coming from and what's happening in our schools across America. What kind of conversations are happening on the council just in terms of the outside of the bulletproof glass? Like, how can we as a state promote connection? You know, how do we promote, and I know, it's beyond social emotional learning. Like, this is like direct curriculum sport where we're like seeing kids, we're noticing kids. Because as much as, and I'm gonna say this from a director standpoint, because we reinforced our lobby, we put in bulletproof glass. I mean, hurt kids hurt kids. So how do we help those hurt kids before they want to hurt others? And I'm curious, are those kinds of conversations happening too? Just what can we do just as a society? Because I feel like we're trying to fix the problem as parents as quick as possible because we don't know what else to do because it's so big and so scary. Do you have anything that you can add to that? Just those kinds of conversations that might be happening.
Yeah, thank you so much. That's such a critical piece of this. Two things, actually three things I'd like to share really quickly. So speaking of Newtown, Connecticut, Michelle Gay is our keynote presenter today, and she's also here tomorrow. So if any of you want to stop by, we'll be here at Copper Hills today and tomorrow. Even if you haven't registered, please stop by. Michelle Gay and her team with Safe and Sound Schools is here helping to run the conference. And so several of the sessions are based on her experience, her lived experience with losing her daughter, Josephine Grace, in that tragedy as well. And her big push, if you know Michelle and Safe and Sound Schools, is about connection. In fact, her keynote this morning was just all about that, was about connection and how do we connect, and the pandemic of loneliness, as I think you just said as well. And so we have several sessions here today because those conversations are happening, and we very much realize that. And so two ways that we're working to address that. I worked with Representative Wilcox in this last session, and he was so gracious to work with the School Safety Center and myself to add definitions for culture and climate in House Bill 40. And so if you look at the definitions of school safety, I know a lot of the emphasis has been on the physical part of safety, because we need physically safe spaces for our kids. Now we're adding more of the culture and the climate into the conversation. So culture being the way that we do things. What are our systems, processes, procedures? What resources do kids have? Do they have mental health resources, counselors, nurses, school resource officers, all those things? What are the policies? Like, what does our school feel like when we come in? Do teachers feel safe? Are teachers well? Is there a wellness policy? What does that look like for our educators as well? And then, of course, climate is, the temperature of all of that. So what tools are you using to measure that? So at the state, we're still offering the school climate survey. So if you would like to use that, you are welcome to. It because of legislation last year, it's an opt-out survey. So it's not legislatively mandated, but we at the state are still facilitating that survey. So if that's something you want to do, if not, I would encourage that you continue some type of climate awareness survey or some way to kind of gauge that in your schools, and then make sure that you're aligning your policies to that. I think that's really important. And then the last one that I'll touch on includes the CSTAG, the School Threat Assessment Guidelines. That's really important because that process is set up so that we're identifying threats in the schools, and we are also thinking about intervention. So it's not just, hey, I gotcha. Now, it's, well, okay, what does this kid need? Is this a cry for help? Is this really, truly a substantive threat? Is this kid is maybe going to carry through with this and we need to get law enforcement involved? Or is this what we call a transient threat? Is this is a cry for help? There are probably other services that would benefit this kid, but what we don't want to happen is any of our kiddos to fall through the cracks. So So if you're not already using some type of a threat assessment, please reach out to the School Safety Center. We offer trainings on CSTAG, and there are others as well, but CSTAG is really the state recommended one and the one that we use most often. So you'll find, I think, more cohesiveness across the state with that. So those are just a couple things I could offer. I would love to talk to you more though about culture and climate. I think that's super paramount to the school safety. And on that note, I am going to say goodbye to all of you. They are calling my name and I am going to step on the stage. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your work and thank you for that, for answering that question. That really was fantastic.
So happy to, and please invite me again. I would love to come back and I will be there in person and I will take a lunch. Thank you so much. Bye.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Yeah.
Can I ask, I
Yeah.
know she left, but can I just, for my own benefit? I had 3 questions, and I know if we don't know the answer, that's fine, but I don't know. Under House Bill 40, they use the phrase, 350 students campus or smaller, the director can be the school guardian. Is a school guardian required for this, and do they have to be armed?
Yes,
Is that-
yes, and yes.
Okay. And what about LEAs with multiple campuses there? Because I think that's.
I think it's individual campus
So
and
it's
based on the
per building.
350.
So, but like, so
Right.
let's use Athenian, and I don't want to dive into a whole working group here, but
Yeah.
Athenian has 6 or 7 or 8 small campuses, some of which are 30 kids. Are they going to be under this requirement, or is there a?
I believe
They
so.
are. So at each campus, they'll have to have a
Yes.
armed person. Okay.
Yeah,
And then
and
our-
when we say it out loud, like, it's.
Well, that's, I mean, you can tell that's hard on me. It is the
It
law.
is.
I'm not gonna debate the law.
I know.
I just want to understand this.
And I think one of the I'm sorry to, our liaison is really going to be helpful for understanding, unpacking, providing input, getting information. We just feel really strongly like having a member of the state charter school board be the charter school liaison does help with the implementation of
Wait, I
a
was gonna
huge
say,
law.
implementation, dissemination, and
All of it.
like.
Yeah.
all-
This is so
all
important.
of
It's just, gosh, this is so.
Big one.
I will say,
It's overrated
and I
to
can,
talk through.
I'm just gonna, to my other colleagues that have been admin or are admin. I will say every time that I left the building, every single time I left the building, this is what I thought about. Not only were my own kids in the building, but I was responsible for 650, 700, 1,000 other kids. And I will say this, and this is just, and then we'll have some lunch. And it's probably like, I'm a little hangry, but not really hangry. I'm emotional, but this is as I said, this is a very passionate point for me because I will never forget when Alyssa Parker walked into my office and asked me how I was going to keep her kids safe. How was I keeping all the students safe in my school? And I had a can of wasp spray. And at that moment, we realized we had significant work to do. And it's beyond, the safety piece, but you feel this incredible weight every day when I'm at car line, parents dropping their kids off. And you know what I heard on you, and love you, door slams, love you, have a good day. You hear, I love you hundreds of times every day, every week, the weight of taking care of people's most precious thing. This is important for us because it's bigger than arming our teachers. And you all know that. That's a Band-Aid because we're so scared. And we have so much work to do because our communities need us and they need growth. And I will say, and I'll just wrap up, and I know we need to go to lunch. This is one of our assets as charter schools. Is one of the areas that we excel is creating community. Community is what we do to save each other. Because I can say that, and again, I've had kids that you were concerned about, and they are just hurting, they want to be loved. And I wish it was as simple as what I'm saying now to fix it, because it's so big. So I'm hopeful that we can be part of the change, and Betty representing and bringing us back knowledge. I think this is just the beginning, so I just appreciate that. I appreciate all of you. This is it's big. Yeah. It's big. So, okay, on that note, I so appreciate all of you. Oh, yeah, please, Susan, go ahead.
Oh, I don't, if you want, I can share at another time. A lot of feelings about all of this, but I hope that we do not wait or have or even use what's being provided as our solution. We need to find our own. It's bureaucracy can get sticky and not effective.
Yeah.
So I'll go into more detail on another time.
Thank you for
I
that.
support bringing this up again. I think it deserves more
As
time.
us.
Yes, as us.
As our ideas and our solutions, not what can we do that they're telling us to do.
Yeah,
Mm,
I love that vantage point.
I do too.
Yeah, I think there's some real solutions to be found here.
And that it's much more effective.
Oh, gosh, I so appreciate you all so much. Okay, it is 12:30. Can we take? Okay, can we take 15 minutes just to breathe and get some food, and then can we come back and we'd like to do a little bit of working lunch? And Paul, let me know that the lunch shouldn't be too messy, so if we're eating on camera, it's not like we're gonna be, it's not barbecue, you know what I'm saying? So, let's take 12:45, let's be back ready to go with your lunch, and we'll take it from there with our, and then I think that's. And lunch is ready, yeah, whatever you need to do.
Yeah.
And then we'll just meet back ready to go at 12:45.
For a working lunch.
For a working lunch, but
So
feel
we're-
free to eat, start eating now or
So
whatever.
camera off now.
Yeah, please. Yeah. Yeah, whenever with the timing looks great, I'm just trying to think about the agenda, so I need to go back to, you know, use.
So again, please make yourself comfortable, keep eating, whatever you need to do. We'd like to actually, based on timing, we've got about an hour left together. We think we can get in. We'd like to spend about 15 minutes just coming back to our A game convening. While we just talk, we can just talk a little bit about the A game conference, some takeaways from the folks that went and yeah, so we'll talk about that. Then we should have time. We'll move into, I'll pass it over to Director Kramer, and Laura. Wilson will be talking about the revolving loan committee, just as it's a report and a recommendation. And then we should have enough time. It's just a report to the board on school startup funds. And Lisa will take the lead on that. So and then with the goal of doing some celebration of our own as we wrap up our meeting today.
And Chair, I ate really fast too, so that others could eat it, is what I was thinking. That wasn't really it, I was really hungry. But I'm happy to just kick off this A game convening. And then that way others can then go with it too. And we had talked through just a few cues. So if you went to A game and you haven't had a time to process, so member Beasley, you might want to just look at those questions there.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, you got it. What insights or takeaways did we gain? You know, I wanted to share two takeaways. One is that in our strategic plan, it talks about that we present at a national level. And not only do we have someone in our midst, in our group as our chair that presents nationally, but she presents internationally. And she presents locally. She was hard at work yesterday, even, so she's indifferent. Chair, your presentation, the insight that I gained was just like, wow, this strategic thing was easy to achieve because we have you out there doing this. And when you guys presented, and Marie, you too, I know you were a little nervous and I gave you a little pep talk. And, you know, but together the two had such an amazing presentation. It was called Beyond the Checklist.
Yeah.
Engaging, empowering charter schools. There were high-powered people in the room from different parts of the conference. There were teachers. It wasn't like full room. It was a kind of a hard time, but it was very fun, compelling. It was awesome. And thank you for your leadership with this type of work in leading. The second bullet point was what, Marie, was the question, the Q question, what meaningful connections? Actually, member Beasley had a great connection and then I followed up on it. So he met with someone from Indiana and he encouraged me to contact this individual from Indiana. And we've been in contact. She does authorizing work in Indiana. I'm pulling out my business card from her. I was looking at
Jamie
it.
Garwood.
Jamie Garwood, exactly.
Dr. Garwood.
And she's interested in helping us through fees and stuff but interested in creating a heat map. I know you were inspired to kind of create of where schools are needed in our state. And just a meaningful connection because we've been able to talk about charter authorizing. Standout or memorable moments. When the board members left, and this is our little secret that's no longer a secret, but Marie and I danced and we had a good time. And it was memorable. None of us got into the center because there were some really good dancers like in the center. But then we have. Yeah, that was a good one. My kids play it, that's why I know that one. But that was certainly memorable, was to just, no, it's not.
I just want to see you.
Yeah, no. It's
What happens in Atlanta?
Yeah. This was a great opportunity. Thank you for the funds to do it, and acknowledging that you do it. And that was my kickoff, and I'll hand it to whoever else was there that wanted to share off.
Did you want to share about the awards at all, or do you?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, I did forget that part. The awards, one of the most important, these were the 2 award categories here that we were nominated for. We did not win, and that was, you know, you win some, you lose some, but you gotta keep playing. And, we are very confident that we can win in the future. Maybe it's not next year. The people that won are doing some really good work too, as well. But the point that we wanted to do with this is, Brendan McGinn was acknowledged in both awards along with Marie and myself. And that was so special to have you, Brendan, be acknowledged publicly for the work that you do on the behalf of the State Charter School Board. It was, and you're such a valuable part of this team. And it was right there for all of us to see, you know, your acknowledgement of the work, and we can win together next time. So. Brendan, yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Can we go back to the prompts?
For whoever's next, yeah.
I can go. And then,
Here's the box.
okay.
Yeah.
I would say probably that was, maybe that's my insight because we attended that conference maybe a week after the vote as I stepped into the chair role. So even that, just stepping into that, but in terms of insights and takeaways, I found myself saying often, wow, we're a unicorn in the best ways.
Oh.
Just how unique we are in the charter movement in the state of Utah. People's curiosity around how we're making it work, the trust and the relationships that we have with the schools that we partner with. So that to me was just such an incredible insight and a takeaway, and a pride point, for the work that we do. Meaningful connections. Well, first and foremost, of course, with all of you, my colleagues, staff, other board members. The conversations, and you all know because you've traveled and done other professional types of conferences or networking with folks. The time that we have offline, right? Literally and figuratively, I think is so meaningful. And those conversations and ideas that we generate wouldn't necessarily happen here, right? They happen in more organic ways when we are in those places and feeling inspired. Because we're in sessions that are, and hearing people talk and share their own ideas of what they're doing in their states, that then get us generating our own ideas. So to me, first and foremost, it was with all of you. And then, of course, getting to know, I felt like even just for me, building those connections with the National Charter School Institute was probably one of those big takeaways for me because, and I will just say, Marie and I did submit for the NASCA conference again, and we're hoping, we are now a known entity. There were people from the National Charter School Institute in our session and were blown away by it, if I make sense. Because we did such fantastic work and also created a session where people could share their fantastic work too. And then the standout or memorable moment. I mean, all of it. I would say, of course, presenting with Marie and having that incredible opportunity. Having the support of all of you there. And I think just, again, that I don't know, for me, I think about where I started when I was on the board 4 years ago. And how much I've grown myself into this role. And then how much we've grown as a board and what I've seen and how we've changed and just the conversations that we have. So that really stands out to me. And yeah, and I'm excited for us to be nominated again for more awards. What's that? Yeah.
I can go.
Great.
So I echo all these thoughts and I really enjoyed the time I did with the folks that went. Let's see. Insights or takeaways. I do think we're a unicorn. I think we've been the nation's best kept secret.
Yeah.
And I'm glad we're becoming less of a secret. I really admire Associate Director
and our directors, just vision in trying to help us be on the roadmap, and little more known. I think that's important. And you can tell these organizations have really embraced and are, we're on their radar. I thought the organizations that won the awards deserved it, best I could tell. There were no losers up there. Agreed. Those are folks doing amazing things. I am excited about and want to make sure we keep moving forward on this initiative of, I'll call it a heat map. I think it's a little more involved than that, but that was a very helpful class for me to attend. This doctor from, I think she's with Ball State. She just has an amazing way to look at data and look at where there are, she called them kind of deserts of, social. So it's not just about schools, but it's about community services and where there's a lack of. And she overlaid one map where there was gun violence, and then she overlaid it with community services, and you could literally see where guns were high, community services were low. And I was just so grateful to see that, and I'm excited that, and I hope, and I want us to work with her. I think it'll be great for our portfolio schools and new schools coming along to get some help as far as where should we go? Here's our mission, and where can we go? And where shouldn't we go? Just a couple other highlights. Jim Gunner referenced remembering our North Star and leading forward. So I've spent some time trying to think what that is. I thought of Member Cisneros because Mary Bradley, she mentioned her dissertation is looking at why high-performing charters devolved into failing. I am so grateful for Member Cisneros' comments a couple of meetings back, because she's done a lot of work, and I won't do credit to her work, but she is mindful of replication and losing culture and losing your having your secret sauce diluted and turning a great school into an average school. And that has stayed with me. I really am going to remember that. I tend to be a business guy, right? So if you're good, let's replicate you. And I don't think I'm away from that, but I'm grateful to have that in, kind of 2 or 3 points to go back to, what a colleague I respect so much, has planted in me. So I was grateful for this. And I will just say, I also went to some classes where I feel like a discussion with some of these authorizers is like less fun than a root canal. And these people are so depressing at how they approach this. I know I don't mean to throw shade. I sat through one presentation where they were just so excited to nail a school, I felt like, and I kind of even spoke up about it. And I just am so glad for our culture of support. I think that is at least, if that's not our North Star, I think it probably is our culture of support. And support means accountability. Support means high standards, but support means support. And it means trust and dialogue and relationship. And I think that the authorization world clearly needs more of that. So I'm glad we're leading it. Those are my comments.
I didn't go, but can I pick on that? Yeah. Because I think today we proved that with Thrive Point. And I will so miss this relationship that I have on this board for the space to have kind of the mental gymnastics within myself, but also a safe place to vocalize it. But what we did was we gave that school an authentic conversation that was supportive, that dialogued with them, that they understood our positions. We didn't do anything in secret. Everything was completely transparent for them. It was done on the record in front. There was no behind the scenes navigating. We have no agendas other than their success and the students that they're trying to achieve success, while keeping an eye on our fiduciary responsibility and the function of the board, as the governor and the Senate saw it, to put it into place as a no different than venture capitalists. Before I'm going to give you $10 million, you got to hit some hurdles and meet with some people, right? And yet I think all with an eye of how do we serve kids best, and how do we have this conversation with people who are wanting to serve kids. And so proud of this board and the time and the conversation that we had. And I think that we have evidence on the record that we do what we say we do. So
well said.
Thank you for being those people.
So Marie and Amy are our last people to talk about it. Yeah.
So yeah, for me, the insight or, takeaways, that really stood out. Actually, I attended like a lot of sessions and all were informative, some just good knowledge that I gained from each of these sessions, but the couple that really stands out is one that talked about being financially responsible. I went in and just attended that session and I got some good tips and list of questions that we could ask as authorizers when schools are in financial stressful situation. So, just tips in that regard. And also, attending an AI session where this, said how we can integrate AI in our day-to-day work, just to improve our productivity, just taking that AI tool to improve our, just productivity and just be a better person, successful at job or personally. So I really, those two classes stood out to me. And talking about building meaningful connections, I would say, I just had a great time meeting with, spending time with board members and my, colleagues, just had a wonderful time. I think after attending session, we would meet in the evening and just kind of like, debrief what we've learned, how can we implement those in our authorizing world here in Utah specifically. So that was really helpful, just think through and debrief. And then just moment that stood out was just seeing the whole vibe, the charger world vibe, everyone talking about chargers, how long they've come, how far they've come, where they have been, and the success stories that people shared, and seeing like the students perform, the dancers, just seeing it, just from that perspective, and just seeing other chapter authorizers and, just feeling so good that I'm part of a bigger community, as the nationwide. So yeah, I just love being there and grateful to be there. Thank you for this opportunity.
And then Amy is enjoying some time off today, but I do have some comments from her. She said that she loved that people were getting to know us and what we do. She appreciates the leadership and friendship of the board and other staff members, and just really felt lucky to have such great people to do this work with.
And one thing with Amy too is she's another just presence. We all are presence, right? But there's a lot of people now that recognize Amy as being our strategic growth and innovation specialist because she's network. That's part of her job. And so it's really fun to watch her just get her own networking things going on because of her own connections and stuff. She's another valuable presence of the work that we do. Yeah.
And then to round us off, I guess, the insights or takeaways, it really did. It felt so rewarding, knowing that this is in our strategic plan, to be presenting at that national conference and that we're accomplishing that goal that our board has. So I think that was just rewarding and exciting. And then as far as meaningful connections, I know Dr. Kramer kind of mentioned that we had some bigger players in the room while we were presenting, and we did also get 2 invitations from other groups to present, co-present at NACSA as well. So we are part of 3 applications for NACSA presentations, along with with the work that we're already doing with those organizations as well. So it'll be exciting to see, and hopefully get to just share about great things that are happening in our state. And then I did grab for my standout moment, some pictures too. It's not, I will keep your song a secret, but again, just getting to celebrate with our team. We had a great time, so that was fun. But also that our session got called out by the Charter Institute on their LinkedIn page. So that was really exciting. And that they got to speak about our board and how we were engaging in empowering others and talking about relationships matter and that our schools are our greatest asset. And so for them to highlight that and push that out, that was
And they
Even
shout
though
out
we
the,
didn't win, that was like almost better.
and the
in some
25
ways.
and 25 got shouted out in the keynote,
Mhm.
right? That was fun that the
Oh,
keynote
that's so
was
cute.
talking about, or not the keynote, maybe Jim Gunner, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
that was fun. And then we had a couple shout outs.
He was better than the keynote.
Yeah, he
He
was.
was.
These are funds that just are precious, you know, when you think about having money available to do things like this. Certainly the staff appreciates it. Board, thank you for making the funds available through your budget process and things like that. Anything else, Chair, that you want to do to wrap?
I was just gonna say, it makes me think about probably my, and I said this a couple times over at the conference. The quote that stands out to me, Member Pulsifer, is from March, when you were like, relationships are currency. Relationships are currency. And I don't make friends because I make friends because I want to be rich, right? I mean, I want to be rich with all of you, right? I mean, those relationships that we nurture and that we build allow us to do this work on such more profound levels because of that. And like that nugget is like always right here, you know, and it's true. It really is. Yeah. Oh, please.
You know, when we talk about funding travel, and to your point, Director Kramer, I really do believe that we're not just funding it, we're investing.
Yes.
We are investing in each other, we're investing in our growth and learning, and it will pay dividends. Like I've seen it again and again. This chance, and I'm sad, I would have loved to travel with you, but that chance to experience this is an investment in the future. I believe that very strongly.
Well said. Thank you for that. Well, thank you all so much for your feedback and just thoughtful debrief on the conference. Just to put it in all of your just planning as you're thinking up ahead. We know the NASCA dates. Maybe we could share those with folks right now. Just it's October
23rd.
there. Wow, thank you. Okay, great. So
I just looked at it.
So please put that on your radar. We do have it, we have budgeted that for us. If, you know, if you're able to attend, again, we're hoping we're gonna have multiple sessions that we are presenting and being part of that experience. But if it opens up on your schedule that you're able to attend, we would love to,
Houston again.
yes, it is. So it is, you know, not to say I do have a nice pair of cowboy boots that, cowgirl boots that I did wear. And if you're going to Houston, you know. People were already talking about that at A-Gate. They were like, I gotta get some new boots. I'm like, yes, you do. Anyway. And then I was gonna talk about that bull that we met this morning. talking about this morning. Okay, so with that, thank you all so much, and I appreciate that. Okay, let's go ahead and I'm gonna pass it over to you, Director Kramer, just to talk about, we've got the report and recommendation on the revolving loan committee, and this is including tiers of risk.
Great. So there's a couple of things, just 3 bullet points, and our great colleague over at USBE is already tuned in, Laura Wilson. You've met her and worked with her last year around the same time, and I know our team works with Laura, a true professional, and it's always a pleasure to be working with you. So I know Laura has a good chunk of this presentation as well. I'd like to just start off by saying that there were changes to the board rule that were they approved them on June the 4th. So in your board meeting notes, you saw the attachment. Maybe you didn't read through all of the attachment, maybe you summarized it, but I am going to just publicly use this as an opportunity to summarize just a few things. So if you wanted to pull it up, it's called the draft of R277-480. And so it didn't change like a lot of words, but there were some material changes. One is that the committee, this is the revolving loan committee, makes recommendations now. In the past, it was not worded quite that strongly that they would make recommendations. So what we have today from this committee are some recommendations to this, and so that's really a good thing. Another thing that was established is that the dollar amount would go up. So if you kind of were to scroll down here, it used to be $225,000 that schools were eligible for, and now it's $375,000 that schools are eligible for. And that was a nice change there, that there's more money available at this lower cost rate loan. Another really nice aspect to this, it does establish that the State Board of Education would be the caretakers of this policy and procedure and things like that. It's not this, there's a little bit of ambiguity there, and it was, who's managing the process. And this board rule clearly says that the process is USBE's process. And so what we're going to get today is a recommendation from this committee that then we take action on to move forward to the full USBE board. I like the changes that were made here. They also included the opportunity to recommend based on a low, medium, and high risk. And then they provide some, if you looked at the final revolving loan committee recommendations, you'll notice kind of the rationale for why it's low, medium, or high. And these good committee members have already shared that a lot of them are just going to be medium. It's going to be rare that you'll see a low risk. That's just kind of their view on things right now, especially if you're a startup school, right? So they weren't saying this is certain always, but they were projecting that, don't come to say like they all have to be low risk. A lot of them are going to be medium risk. Okay. And that's part of the board rule now too. So I wanted to just highlight some of those changes to the board rule. Laura, I have two other parts before I get to you, but do you have anything with board rule, Laura, that you think that I missed, or you think would add more information for our board?
It's muted.
Oh, Laura, you're just muted.
Sorry,
go.
I try to live in mute unless you need to hear me. I just did want to clarify the amount change, and I apologize for sending you such a messy looking copy, Dr. Kremer. When the approved copy is actually in board rule, I'll send you the final because it has been approved. But the amounts actually changed from 300,000 of available funding for an LEA charter school, to 500,000.
Thank you for clarifying.
And so, and I just want to by that point, that is in total. We have at sometimes had charter schools that have had more than one revolving loan at a time, but they can't have their total loan amount can be now $500,000. And that is repaid over just a 5-year period. And I don't know how familiar the board is with this loan, but this is cheap money. It's at right now it's at 2.1% or 2.2%. So
yeah,
even though it's not a huge amount, I feel like it is helpful.
Mm-hmm.
So that's
Great,
all I
thank
want to add.
And to the next bullet point there, we're just talking about committee composition before we get to the actual recommendations. And the people that are on this board currently, Gavin Hutchins has been the chair of this particular committee, and his leadership he works really hard on this committee. I've really come to enjoy working with him. I'm a non-voting member of the committee. The executive director is a non-voting member of this committee. We added a new member to this committee, and so I forget the name of our newest member,
Brendan
Laura.
Johnson.
Yeah, Brendan Johnson. It came as
Brandon
F on the-
Johnson.
Yes. And then also, after Gavin Hutchinson and Brandon Johnson, Jacob Wright. And he's been part of the governor's office of planning and budget. And it's that last individual that I want to just share with you. They all are hardworking. Gavin is the chair. As I mentioned, Brandon is newer, but he had great contributions to the last meeting. Really helped with the low, medium, and high risk, because that's his industry, is evaluation and financial analysis. And Jacob Wright has been an outstanding member of this committee. Unfortunately, he'll be stepping away. So thank you, Jacob, for your work on the committee. I know you're not in this meeting, but for us to just acknowledge, because he asks great questions and he's just been a real, true, serving individual on this committee. And that will lead then to this board's work, is to make 3 more recommendations to this committee. So per the board rule, and you remember we went into executive session, right? So maybe you remember, but we went into an executive session because we were talking about individuals, their character and competence. And that's one of the ways that you can go into an executive session, is when you're talking about the character and competence of individuals. So between now and our next August meeting, if you could start thinking about recommendations to replace Jacob Wright in that committee, because it is our job per the board rule to provide those recommendations to the State Board of Education. And then the State Board of Education will make the assignment. And Laura, correct me if any of that needs correction.
You're right. And I do appreciate you acting on this very timely. There is a slight chance that we could have LEAs request a second round of loan applications in the fall. According to statute, this is done in the spring. And sometimes that's hard for charters to make the deadline, particularly newly approved charters. And we have not historically opened up a second round, but the funding is available this year. And if we do have that interest, we could. So I appreciate you being very timely in suggesting replacements for Jacob Wright, so that if we do need to do this in the fall, we have a full committee.
Great. And then that leads us to really the actionable item for today. And, I would say the most important, well, they're all important, but the matter that we're here considering. And that would be an action to make a recommendation based on the recommendations. Right? That's just the way that this board rule works. And it does work really well to get so much vetting and so much engagement on something like this is very, very productive. So you did receive 2 pages, and I think Laura, it'd be very fitting if you just summarize this. Our board has had this document for approximately a week or so, but if you summarize some of the aspects of it so that they can then make a motion that they want to do.
Absolutely. I'm happy to do that. And I probably will bore you by reading part of it, because I don't want to be putting words into the committee's mouth. So there were 2 applicants this year, Custom Class, which is the new charter, and Pinnacle Canyon. And the discussion around that Dr. Kremer mentioned, the committee doesn't feel like any brand new charter is really low risk, just because, we need to get it operational. We need to get our students in there. And so, although Corey Henwood has great educational background and they have a model that is, compelling, the committee said that they do recommend them fully for the loan at a medium risk rating, just because, for one thing, they're a new school, and they wondered if perhaps their projections for enrollment might be a little bit on the overzealous side, but they do recommend the loan just at a medium risk. I would also like to digress a moment here. The committee has never been able to give a reason to SCSB for their recommendations in the past. And so they were really glad to be able to explain in these recommendations kind of why they're going in the direction that they are. The amount of money that was put in to fund this perpetual loan fund is not very big, and it's been able to stand for years because we have a very low default rate. And I think that's why the legislature, has left it alone. So they were very, even though this is a small amount of money, they take a lot of pride in not having high risk loans and defaults. So thus these recommendations. So that is the recommendation for custom class. They do feel that perhaps their targeted enrollment numbers might be a little bit overly ambitious, but they do recommend the full loan just with the medium risk. And I'm sure that this body is probably more aware of the plans for custom class than I am, because it's a newly approved school. But I think they're hoping to appeal to homeschool students as well. So that's the rundown on custom class. Pinnacle Canyon, some of you will know, has been around for a very long time. They've been operational for 26 years. They're in Price. And I think all of us that sat in the committee meeting were kind of surprised when we realized the reality of the dynamics that this school deals with sometimes, and the great successes that they also have. They act like they're trauma informed. They have a huge percentage of their community, the adults, struggle with opioid addiction. And so therefore the kids in the community struggle with school achievement. And they do get students in that have had a hard time in districts. So they have a high school facility that's brick and mortar. They have an elementary school that exists in trailers or quants that's just up above them. Price City has offered them the opportunity to become more established in a brick and mortar existing building within the city limits that needs some retrofitting to become a school. And it's not right there at the same location, but it's nearby and it's very visible. I think as they talked about it, it sounds like it would be a huge community resource. This school does training for parents, as well as they go into homes sometimes and train parents. So as we listened to why they want to expand into this building, the committee did have some concerns, but their reasons are very compelling. So they have an existing USDA loan, and we're not sure whether approving this loan will violate their existing loan covenants. And they were not sure of that either when we were in the meeting. So one recommendation that the committee made is that they reach out to their auditor and see if the auditor recommends that they reach out to the USDA and make sure that their loan covenants don't go into default, their existing loan covenants. Those can be adjusted if they need to be. We just need to be sure that those things are handled before they go into further indebtedness. So the other concern they have is that the existing $300,000 that is offered to them will not be enough to complete the project. And they haven't been able to get estimates from an architect, because that's expensive, to find out what the total package is going to cost. So the committee would like to know that they have all of the funding that they need secured for this project before USBE loans $300,000. Having said that, they need about $36,000 for an architect to come in and do the work to give them the needed estimate. So the committee, as you read down through here, the third point that they recommend is that if the loan is approved by SCSB and USBE, they would suggest releasing $36,000 right away to enable them to get the estimates needed for what the entire cost will be. And then they will be able to secure, hopefully, all the funding. And it sounded in committee like they had some good options. Be sure they have all their needed funding secured, and then the committee would recommend the balance of the $300,000 being given to them. It's a little bit of a complicated one, but very compelling. Their need is very compelling.
Can see why we appreciate Laura so much, just your professionalism and detail. And so then if you go back to board rule, the State Charter School Board shall review committee recommendations, which you have, and it's been summarized, and submit final recommendations to the board no more than 90 days after the submission of all information and materials from the loan applicant. And either the State Charter School Board or the board may request additional information from applicants. And then from there, our recommendation goes to the State Board of Education, Utah State Board of Education. And so we kind of have ourselves at a place, Chair, turning it back to you for discussion, motions, however this goes.
Thank you. So, and so to clarify, you're looking, we would make a motion with our recommendation.
Yes.
Okay.
And it could be consistent or with the recommendations of this committee. Or
Okay, and
different-
could we,
or-
yeah, and we could look at each of these individually as well,
Mhm.
correct? As the two schools.
Yes.
Okay.
Chair, can I
yeah,
make a comment?
Please.
Laura, are you still on?
Yeah.
I
So
am,
is that-
yes,
Okay, and you're Laura, right? I can't quite see your name.
yes, yes,
Thank you. Can I start with the second Pinnacle?
yes.
First of all, I've never heard of Pinnacle. That's amazing. So they opened in 1999. I questioned the 26 years. But I asked ChatGPT, so tell Andrea. Tech, trying to become a tech.
Based on all those sessions.
So they need funding for a project. So in my world, I live in this world, and what I think I'm hearing is that it makes sense that they want the loan to be sufficient for the project. In other words, you don't want to borrow 300,000 and figured you need 400 and you can't occupy your building. So in my world, what we do is there's usually a requirement of what's called a gross maximum price. So you have a contractor, and you have a guaranteed maximum price. And that means that contractor is going to finish that project. If it were to go over that budget, then the contractor will make up the difference on their side. And that gives, any sort of lender some mitigation to say, hey, we're going to see this project through, because usually that project is key to, kind of having kids be there, which is the source of repayment. Laura, is that, so just walk me through that again, because I think I would recommend we, approve, this sounds, at least for me, I'll speak for myself. This sounds all good, but is there something we can do where we require some sort of contract like that, a guaranteed maximum price contract with whoever's building this, so that we do ensure that we know there's enough money to make, to complete the project? Or did I not hear that quite accurately?
So that term specifically has not been bantered around, but I love that. And I feel if the committee were sitting here, they would think that was a great idea. I think that if you can put that into your recommendation to USBE moving forward, the concern with the committee was that they aren't able to even get a good estimate made of what their entire costs will be until they can hire, they said it was an architect to come in and say, because the building is standing there and it's just some things that need to be done on the inside to make it like a school. So they're feeling like if they can get the architect in there, they've budgeted $36,000 for his costs. And then, yes, if they could get that from whatever contractor they choose to work with, I believe they spoke, Dr. Kremer, correct me if I'm wrong. I think they had done a little bit of like putting out some feelers with a local credit union and some other funding sources. And they've, so as a lender,
Totally. Totally, and I love the word that you just used, local, because for the board to consider, and I'm a non-voting member of this committee, remember, so I'm just kind of bringing that into it too, is that think through if that's too much of a restriction to ask that or not. It may or may not be for the board. They're doing a lot of local work, and even the building itself is like, it's like being given to them because the community wants them to do this. They're like, there's a lot of, I do not want to call them handshake agreements. That is not at all what I'm saying, but there's a lot of local synergy coming together for this particular project. And I know that it was explained and this committee vetted a lot of that types of things. But it was just, we're working with, this credit union down the road and they can tell you exactly what crossroads they're on. And then this local architect and these two construction places. And so I'm just trying to characterize the real local project that's happening here. And
So,
yeah,
can I make a comment again? I don't need to be the only voice here. Let me be clear on that, but, I think that makes total sense that they're gonna engage an architect. That architect will do a series of plans.
Yeah.
They'll get to what's called a bid set of plans, where construction companies say, okay, this is drawings and measurements, and we know we need metal here and whatever here. And then that's what will go out to bid for the construction companies. And those bids are how you get to that guaranteed maximum price. So that sounds like the logical pathway.
yeah.
To protect the school. And I am not pessimistic. This sounds like this sounds like a community barn raising,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
But sometimes free buildings are expensive buildings. If this is an old building,
Mhm.
you just never know what you're gonna get into.
That's true.
Mhm.
And I don't think the school wants to be in a position where they've borrowed money and then find out after the fact that what they thought was going to be fairly simple actually has a lot of complexities. And I do think that's a possible outcome here.
Yeah.
So to protect the school, I'm Clint's all for this, but I do think there is something now, whether we want to word it as a guaranteed maximum price contract or something, but we just want some mitigation on behalf of the school to protect them so that they know that the money that will be borrowed is sufficient to finish the project. I think there's an order there that's important.
What I'm hearing though is that the recommendation is just to release the 36,000 so that the school can determine whether or not it's even feasible. So really the risk right now is $36,000.
Are they borrowing the 36 or is that?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
It is,
Yeah.
and the recommendation is that they be given the full 300,000. However, the committee did put in a caveat that in order for them to get to the point where they could be approved for that 300,000, sorry, I'm getting a phone call. Let me shut them off. Sorry about that. The committee just wanted to give them, even before the full loan is approved, they wanted to give them the $36,000, which is a loan. It would be repaid, but then conditional upon all these other steps happening, they would approve the full amount of the loan beyond that as well.
Second question, at what point when this new rule is approved with the 500,000, could we make it where they would be eligible for the 500,000 instead of just the 300,000, which would reduce additional external,
That's true.
allow them at a lower
Yeah,
rate?
per board rule, you get $250,000 first. Laura, does that sound right?
So it's
And
it's
then-
actually broken out into multiple payments, but their
Yeah, they already
application,
have, like a layered schedule.
so their
250
application
for-
is for $300,000. Like, that's
Okay.
an official
So
document.
50%.
So
But what I'm
they
saying
would
is
need to
that the
reapply
school
Yeah.
for a different
jumps
loan.
at
It's like,
305.
yeah. And if
Got
we
it.
open this back up in the
This-
fall, that's a
Them.
possibility.
To get them eligible for the 500,000 at the lower rate.
I see what you're saying.
But still give them the 36 now.
36 now, but extend their
caveat.
actual full
Yeah.
until
So
the
they
new rule
asked for
kicks in.
300,000, we're gonna
We're
give them
getting 500,
500,000.
whether they want it or
Good
not.
ending.
This
I agree.
is a
I
game
agree.
changer
This is
for
a-
school,
I-
right?
You cannot find money this cheap.
No,
I'm all
this is a
for
game
this thought
changer.
process.
It's a game changer and for a school that is so deeply vetted in the community already
Yeah.
and you know what I think about, I can't remember the name of the book I read years ago when I was becoming a new teacher, I think it was like Room 142, I can't remember the exact name of the book, but the premise of the book was space matters. We're creating learning spaces, and especially for a community as is being described at Pinnacle. Your learning space matters and how you feel respected and just valued as a learner. And so I support the new, just new spaces to support that growth. I also agree, maybe think about, remember This Old House, but it would be like, you remember that show where all of a sudden you're like, oh my gosh, another surprise, right? So I do think, I do think that you've raised an excellent point that we just to, I'm sure the school is aware of that, but right, there's going to be probably some surprises and
But they could cancel their loan, right? I mean, they get to 36, they go,
and they
oh,
could be like, this is way bigger than we
thank you, but
expected.
no, thank you for your gift. and then-
Exactly.
Right.
Yep.
So
Okay.
I think it's important to note too, and this comes down to debt ratios and that kind of thing, but the school has been in declining enrollment. Every school in that area is in a position of declining enrollment. And when we spoke with them about if they feel like this is going to create a lot of growth, they said, honestly, we don't know. Like it might, but they just feel like because the city is willing to give this, I mean, I can't remember what it is, a lease for 100 years for $1, whatever. Like the city is literally like, let's make sure you have a place to do this. They feel like even if they don't have growth, it's worth it to invest in even the number of students that they have, even if it doesn't create growth. When they applied for the loan, the loan was not available for $500,000. So I think their options at this point, if they want to apply for $500,000, are either to, cancel this and reapply for 5, or they can apply for another 200,000 in the fall once this is all, because you can have 500 total, right? So that could be between 2 loans or 1. But we can't, I really don't think that we can just go in there and kind of like make a little erase on their application and change the amount of money. The program wasn't existing for 5 at the date of their application.
Okay, if I may, questions, comments on custom class?
I guess my only thing with custom class, I don't want to make a mountain out of a molehill, but I did find it interesting, they view that as a medium. That's a brand new school with no students. Like, in my world, that's more high risk. I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I'm so impressed with those guys. I want to help them. But I just wonder, can Laura or somebody speak to why they classified that as a medium loan? Because that's a brand new school with no enrollment. So I
No
just
track record, right? And
wonder, there's no track record there.
They really do like to, I don't want to say prioritize, but think about how this money can be available for new schools. They do view that new schools need to tap into some resources, and existing schools do have kind of a one-up in that they do have the track record, and they do have, so there's an interest. It's not a prioritized list, but there's a lot of discussion, like how many new schools this time, and we want to see the new schools. And wow, it'd be great to get the new schools these funds because we know they're in need. And so I think putting them into the high risk, and this is the first time that they've used low, medium, and high, but gives a medium risk, gives more of an opportunity for people to get comfortable and confident with making the recommendations and ultimately with USBE approving it. So if you put a high risk, people ask a lot more questions. So
I will say as well, the committee didn't see huge red flags. Like they have confidence in the ability of Corey Henwood in his educational background, his understanding of things. They have a lot of confidence in him. They feel like his board looks very good. Part of the application process is that their board has to be reviewed. Like they look at credit scores, credit worthiness. They feel comfortable with the board. They feel comfortable with Corey Henwood. And they know that the State Charter School Board has approved this new school. After looking at the plan and looking at the possibilities, you guys are the experts in the charter school world, and it was approved by you. So they don't feel like there are huge red flags with any of the initiators, but absolutely they would not rate them a low risk because of those exact factors. Like there's no track record. We don't know what demand will actually be. And they did mention they feel like they might be a little bit overly ambitious in their target enrollment numbers, but they feel like they're worth the risk. But a high risk would be like someone who's an existing charter school that's got material weaknesses and perhaps defaults. Like those things would be high risk.
Thank you for that, Laura. Member Beasley, did that help?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great.
And I am listening. I'm just looking.
No,
at
that sounds great.
Pinnacle,
Same, we're all,
doing a little Pinnacle enrollment study over here.
okay, okay,
I will say
great.
one other thing about Pinnacle. I'm sorry, and then I'll be quiet.
No, that's great.
Pinnacle's
Thank you.
director, because I work in finance, right? I'm not a policy person, and I work with them in finance. Their director is not an accountant and not a finance person. Her background is in social work, and she does a fantastic job running the school and is very successful. From a financial standpoint, I think all the suggestions that you can give her, like the guarantee, I think those are very good tools for her because finance is not her world. She's just trying to find out how to get her students what they need. And so all the suggestions that you can give her, I think are helpful, and I think she would welcome them.
Excellent, thank you, Laura. So I think at this point, we're seeking a motion with a recommendation on these two schools for the revolving loan. And I would, from what I was hearing, I think for Pinnacle, we definitely want to include the recommendation that if they decide that it is feasible to move forward, that they would secure a guaranteed maximum price in whoever they chose to partner with for the renovation of the school. Are there any other recommendations that we would want to provide in this motion to Pinnacle or Custom Class?
If I can have just a moment, Chair.
Your recommendations, I mean, they're not binding. right?
They're not,
Yeah.
no.
You would be the only one
You
who
would
would put, but could they even put binding things that are outside of code?
Yeah, this is a USPE program based on board rule. And we have the committee that gives us the recommendations. We're in the middle to continue to vet. Ultimately, USPE will manage this.
So it's really, we're just stating this, we believe this would be
Yes.
a best practice.
Yes,
For you to take on.
it's not a binding
Right.
recommendation. But it'd be supportive and it would be helpful and it would be given to USPE as more information.
Sure, I'd like to make a motion then, that we make a recommendation to USBE to approve the revolving loans as stated by the committee.
Is there a second?
I second that.
Okay, great. A second from Vice Chair Olson and some discussion. I think Member Beeson, did you want to say anything else before we?
No, I looked up Pinnacle's cash. They don't have a lot of cash. They did have a very good FY24. They have had declining enrollment. I mean, they're down to 350. I think their end of the year was 330, but all that being said, I think this is a good loan for them. They should, this is designed to help these schools and I'm all for it. So.
Any other discussion? So there is a motion to recommend these recommendations. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Our recommendation for the recommendations.
Yep. Thank you,
Thank
Laura.
you, Laura. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me. Bye.
Bye. Okay, everyone, just due to our timing, and Lisa, I'm sure you are prepared, and I feel like the teacher that's like, guess what, you're gonna have to present next week. I'm sorry, we ran out of time after you like stayed up till midnight last night. And hopefully you didn't, so with that, we're going to table our just report to the board on school startup funds. We'll aim for August. We also have school land trust at that time, so we'll have to just see how the schedule works out at that time, but I think that will be our goal. And so with that, we just have one more item before we adjourn. And as we alluded to earlier in the director report, you know that Member Cisneros is just about to be a boss. And she already is a boss, but I mean a bigger boss. Really, just after so many years of work within the Utah charter school community, I mean, not just on our board, which we have had such an intimate and just, I'm just so honored we've had this time with you. But you are a leader from the very beginning. Thank you. You are a leader on so many levels and to so many of us. From your work as a director, the students and families that you lead, to just the early efforts and movement of what was happening in this state. Your presence and your space will never be able to be replicated or replaced. And I can speak for myself, and I'll open it up for others here. We are better because of your mind and your heart. The way you're able to articulate your vision and your knowledge. And I just cannot wait to see you on the Supreme Court. So please.
Maybe I'll consider.
Oh my gosh,
that.
Maureen's gonna be president. You're gonna be on the Supreme Court. But really, and I just would like to, we've got, and I'll bring this up to you and we'll open it up to the floor here. We heard through the grapevine how much you love the 2025 pens. So we have created a fun bouquet of pens for you. And I say, as a fellow teacher, there is nothing like a good pen. And back in the day when I actually graded with a pen, there was something special about that. And then of course we have some other pieces for you. I would like to just open it up to the board for any other just comments again. We would just want to shower you with our love and gratitude and our support for all that is yet to come. Yeah,
I want to
please.
jump in. I have loved equally sitting across the table from you and watching you, sitting next to you, shoulder to shoulder, and listening to your words of wisdom. And I've just been so grateful for the time I've had to work with you. I think you're a delight. And I said this to you already, but you are brave and bold and amazing. And anytime you need to hear that, let me know and I will repeat it.
Every week.
As often as we need it, I will.
How long has it been on the charter?
Just 3 years.
There's a button to that.
Staff.
But she was
Rebecca
on
was
staff
staff.
when I came on, yeah.
Yes.
And that's for
Not at
our
all.
team, you know, we just are gonna miss you both because you had staff perspective, LEA perspective, and then authorizer perspective. And when you combine two things, and you know, our team views you as really intelligent, really intelligent. And then your ability to communicate that intelligence and articulate is, I mean, second to none. That's probably why you're going to the next chapter of life that you are. Makes good sense. And then you will be missed.
Man, I agree with that. Anytime there's a weighty issue that we have. I like to just sit back and kind of look up and just think, what's Rebecca gonna say?
Amen.
And I love it. I love being able to sit back because you've got the courage to speak up, to stand up and say what's on your mind, and it's always well-informed, intelligent. And not always, I don't want to say not always kind, but often a harsh reality. And you don't shy away from that. And I think that is gonna be missed. So best of luck. You're gonna be an amazing barrister, and I just can't wait to see all the exciting things you accomplish down the road.
I want to jump in too. I'll tell you what, first of all, Rebecca's mouse pad has Wonder Woman on it. I don't know if we've all noticed that. I noticed that a long time ago. I think of the movie Wonder Woman, like the latest one, where it's like World War I depiction. They're hunkered down in these bunkers, and Wonder Woman's like, enough, we're gonna get this done. And she jumps out and she's like deflecting the bullets of the whole other army, if you can remember that scene in the movie. That is this woman. She's like, enough is enough. I'm gonna jump out of the bunker and and run towards the hard stuff.
Yeah.
And I just, my tag in there, we wrote a tag in there, mine says badass woman. We have a little saying with that we kind of developed the last few days, but I so much admire Rebecca. There was a phrase used in a meeting that when I first came to morally wholesome, right? Boy, what a lightning word. This is morally wholesome right here. Somebody who is authentic, holds to her virtue, holds to her values, can articulate that, has respect for you if you disagree or if you agree. Just a wonderful person. And I'm so excited for the kids you're gonna help in the future. I'm so excited for what you're committing to do. And I'm just gonna be I'm really gonna be thrilled to watch your successes. So all the best.
Can I share too? Please. So I met Rebecca as a brand new charter school operator and just was so impressed, going to directors meetings and having pre-op meetings and just all the things. She knew how to encourage, she knew how to hold me accountable. She was a shoulder to cry on when things were hard. And it just, so much success, I think, came from the support that she gave as staff. And so it was such a shock and a surprise when I got a call that said, Rebecca's leaving. Have you thought about working on the state charter school board staff? And so I knew those were huge shoes to fill, not because you have big feet, but because you're amazing. And I remember the very first survey I gave after, stepping into the role that Rebecca had filled. And the comment over and over was, bring back Rebecca. I cried. I was like, nobody likes me. They all just miss Rebecca. And I was like, I miss her too. Like, she led such great meetings and this was, such a delight to work with. And so it's fun to just see how things have evolved over time. And so it's been an absolute delight to work with you as staff and to work with you as a board member. And then I was so excited. My own child is going to go to Itinerus this next year. And I'm sad she won't get to interact with you there. But it was fun to get to go on the school tour and then the open house night and registration night. And over, being the nosy educator and talk to kids and, what do you like best about here? Multiple times I'd hear, oh, Mrs. Narrows teaches this really great class. And, they'd start telling me about the class that she taught. And each time Ruby would look over and say, that's your friend, right? And so, just wishing you all the best and just excited to see what you do next.
If I may say too, I think the older that we get, we become more aware of the preciousness when people come in and out of our lives. And I am just so grateful that you came into my life, you came into our life, came into this work. I do believe that we need to, when we leave a place, we make it better. It should be better than when we came. And there's no doubt that you have made this so much better since you came. We're so grateful. We're gonna miss you so much. And we'll be calling on you for sure. And I hope maybe we'll hear a doorbell on the Zoom and it's gonna be you just listening in.
A matter of business.
Oh, yes.
We have a plaque that will be coming soon.
Oh, yes.
That's just a matter of, and that is just, an official way to show our gratitude again. So Andrea will work with you on that arrangement. I think it's gonna fit the whole member. It's for Cindy Phillips, if it fits or something. And then, yeah.
Great.
It's made by our friends at the prison. Do great work for us, really good work for us. So.
Okay, so with that, everyone, that concludes our business for today.
I think there's one open item, the 26th, the 2 week.
Oh, yes, thank you. Yes, okay. So we, on June 26th, we tentatively set at 9 AM. If you can maybe do a quick scan to make sure that that works for you. It will be virtual. Oh, for all of us, there will be some folks here as the anchor location, but we can join online. For ease of schedule, I think. Again, based on we now have a new order of business that we're going to be working with Thrive Point. We also will be just approving those three schools, just to get that in by the 30th. So I would say, I want to say an hour, but if you could block out like an hour and 15 minutes, I think we could get all the business done. So just in terms of your life, and so on, I think that would, so from 9 to 10, and then we can get, if we could, get the calendar invites sent out sooner than later, just so folks can get that on and we'll know of just if there's a conflict for some folks. After that, our next meeting after that is August, I want to say 14th, but I don't know if that's correct. Maybe it's the 7th. Sorry, I'm not totally having it on the top of my brain. August 14th.
Yeah.
And that is a big meeting for us, or is September isn't August our new school?
No,
September
it's
now.
September now.
It's a September. Okay, perfect.
And it's for the September one, just a reminder, it'll be the third week of September, the 18th.
Okay, so September.
Because of the September 11th,
Oh,
the board had made the decision to make that.
Okay, great. So again, just so we're all on the same page, be on the lookout for a June 26th invite that will be virtual, as we'll be following up some loose ends that we need to take care of before the end of the year, the fiscal year. Legislative year. And then our following meetings after that will be August 14th and September 18th. And I believe both of those will be here in this location.
Yes.
Okay. So with that, make a motion to adjourn. And I think I can just make that motion.
Adjourn.
Just adjourn.
Yep.
So thank you all for your understanding and of being the pirate today for me. And I'm so excited for our work to come. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Little break before that.
Yes, and I think for our legislative committee, I think just probably 30 minutes or
Okay.
so. Okay.
Are we?
Take it.